clearly I didn't. I thought I did. I didn't think being the single customer at this food truck was going to take me 20 minutes, but...
Son of a bitch.
It did.
What'd you get?
I'm not entirely sure.
I don't know, but it looks delicious.
It does. It's got like avocado and onion and
Big old flatbread.
tomato. Yeah, but it's like a
Taco shell.
like almost like a sweet, like fried dough flatbread.
Here, fried dough flatbread.
He smiled real big when you said that. It's like, thank you. That was a very nice thing to say.
That might have been the nicest thing he's heard all day.
I feel really nice about that. Especially after having to deal with middle schoolers all day.
Oh boy.
Keep it going.
I could only imagine. My niece is 10, so I got at least a year or two.
You said you got a bunch of these beers?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. If you want, there's some Wrath of Can in the fridge.
Wrath of Can.
Yeah, really good.
Nice.
Storybook.
Oh,
Official Storybook Brewing.
Huh.
The official can of Car's My Stomach on this year. We've got a couple of the leftovers in the tavern, which you have access to.
That's really cool. I'll definitely give that a shot here in a few.
But other than that, looks like we're live. Audio checked out good. Bringing up the live chat right now. Is live. I know that. Is live. Thank you for letting me know. Bringing up the live chat right now.
Excellent.
Turning off the volume. No volume on that. But volume on this. Volcanic field. And this is open, so we have a live chat. I'll turn the sounds up again. There we go. Alright. We are live chat is live, so feel free to join us on Rumble, where the live chat is there, and whatnot. Other than that, this up here is concentrating. Is everybody finished? You finish off your long rest.
Yes.
Is everybody finished leveling and adjusting and making sure everything's all good to go on that? Cool. What?
It's just a box.
Long week. But I finished today. I finished my loading and we're all done. So I will apologize. The stream does look shitty again. I still can't get everything to work properly on the new PC. So since it doesn't want to work on the new PC, well, even when it was close, it was still having issues because I first set it up in the same exact spot. And it was having a little bit of issues. I'm just going to hook up the old PC starting sometime this week. I'm just going to set up the entire old PC and just have it be the D&D streaming PC. That way we don't have you guys super far zoomed out and your camera just not even, I don't even have it. I could have fucked with it today and I was like, no.
Thank you.
You're still on cam.
Oh,
But
Yeah, we still got you.
God damn it.
Don't pick your nose, we see it.
Or pick your nose. We see.
Right.
it's just
yeah.
now we have a big black spot next to you guys.
One audience.
Are closer, and then the big black
And,
spot next to
and
you.
that just made me think Steve Carell, when he was still on the Daily Show, they had the sign like the Scotland Yard sign, but it was like it was angled up like it was looking at him, and he was sitting there picking it, just digging, and all of a sudden it's like, "Hey Steve, are you there?" And he like looks over at the camera, or he looks over at somebody, he's like, looks down at the camera, and goes, "God damn it!" He's just drilling.
Just digging for gold. Heck yeah.
That's awesome.
See, and it just begs the question. It's like, was that incidental and just gold, or intentional?
No,
And
it was
it's
intentional, the way
it's
he-
still gold.
Yeah, the way he was
Steve
digging.
Carell, man. You never know.
Yeah. That's coming soon. Interesting. One of the new books that's coming out, you guys can get excited for. It's called The Book of Many Things,
The book of many.
Oh gosh.
which is a book that's based off of the deck of many things and the different possibilities
Right.
they can do. Which is kind of funny because it's something I've actually thought they should do, because it was like, oh, you can't use the deck of many things because the deck of many things is game breaking. Because I'm like, you can really bring it in and not ruin a game by any means. Like, it's a very interesting thing and it can change things up for people, but I wouldn't call it game breaking by any means. If you have an understanding on how to handle it.
I think that fully depends on the DM, whether or not it breaks
Well,
the game.
that whole book shows you how to handle the things that
Yeah.
come up. Adun, you're all good. Golrak, you're all good.
Yep.
Norn, you're all good. Quiz, you're all good.
I'm not them.
Did you put the XP on it, or did I need to?
I didn't. Remember, we have to write it down separately.
So I am,
So
but
you'll
I'm
just need like a
just not making
note or
any
something like
sense.
that.
Yeah, I do.
Here.
So you want to use one of those?
Yeah.
Just to fix this, let me leave where I was at and go back to something else, because fucking Jesse needs something else.
Didn't have to drop what you were doing to do it.
Stop what I'm fucking
Yes,
doing right
douche.
now to fucking do this.
I think Jesse just likes your attention.
I haven't talked to anybody all week, so
Just let me see the card real quick. And then
start
we
to
can-
write.
Didn't talk to anybody. He said, "Fuck them all."
Yeah.
So that's all you. Well, I guess that wasn't. I mean, that was a couple days ago, but
Yeah.
It's only a matter of time. Hopefully it's around.
What happened?
I had this nail clipper on my keychain, and it just kind of,
Came apart.
well, it is held down with a little spring, and it's always been just kind of finicky, and it'll pop up. And it looks like the spring actually just broke out of there or went missing. So I'm gonna have to either, like, it still holds down, and then it still pops up. It just, the little spring on the slide is not there.
so that's what you need every time, and then where you're at currently.
Oh, okay.
Every time you hit that, and remember, anything overage just falls off.
Oh,
So if you get to like, 99,999, and then you go and get 10,000 XP, you only get to 1, and then you restart.
yeah, that's what.
But it's there.
Because I'm a dumb shit.
What's going on?
Nothing, I'm just being retarded. I figured out why I was being retarded. Hopefully.
You guys have been hearing movement in and out of the area. The lava seems to have completely solidified. The cave is pretty much dark at this point. There's little bits of light, possibly coming from above, but the red glows and everything outside the door are just gone at this
What
point.
about those braziers? Are they still doing their thing?
If they are, they're far enough away, because I'm saying you're probably on one of these walls. And so if there's a brazier here putting off light, that light, I mean, it was substantial, but I mean, this area was lit up by the giant pool of lava,
Right.
not by
Okay.
anything else.
Sorry, Adun is very bright.
But you're inside the area, that your light's not going outside of there,
Right. It won't leave the
the magical room. So,
room until we leave.
I'm thinking that if you happen to have storm shape, there's plenty of shit in this lava that we'd be getting. Or not lava anymore. That's why you need storm shape.
it's a good thing that I know stone shape.
Because I was going to say, it's like I could try to rip it out of there, but I don't think that's going to go that well.
We
It could be
will
detrimental.
also potentially attract attention of the other denizens here.
After what we
Fuck
just
those
went
guys.
through.
We just killed that giant dragon. I don't think there's
Somehow
anybody
or
else
another,
here that
toward
can do
like
shit with
me
us.
all at once. They might be not so much fun, but
Jesse, sponsorship. You have to drink it like this.
I'm trying to do whatever tiny be just fine.
Hand on the back. Oh, hand off camera. Logo forward.
And it's just
Just kidding.
you know, like,
Your camera's this one anyway, so you're
Oh,
fucked.
God damn.
Yeah.
Right.
It's actually not bad though.
No, I like it. They're not as cold as I want them to be, but that's because these are the actual ones that were out, and they've only been in the fridge for about like an hour and a half.
Oh, that's fine.
No,
But
it's like perfect drinking temperature for a Scottish ale.
I don't
it's
think
not-
it needs to be like super, super cold, but yeah.
No.
And it's not heavy as a lot of like Scots can be. Or it's not like super boozy.
Yeah.
I think it's just right in that sweet spot. It's nice. It's easy drinking.
Yeah. It's got, like definitely, it's got some room on Laughing Lab, because I like Laughing Lab, but this is a lot smoother than Laughing Lab.
Mhm.
You guys complete your strong rest. You don't, or your long rest. You don't hear anything outside here anymore.
I'm all for getting some stuff out of that pit.
Quinn's gonna open up the door, exit, close the door, hide, look around, make sure there's nothing lurking around.
Give me a stealth.
10.
37.
Okay. And then give me a perception.
Don't roll ones. But I do roll 18. It's 35.
35, yeah. There are definitely signs of things having moved in through here. Moved around, nothing substantial. The braziers are lit still at the ends of the hallways. Looks like there's kind of, as you get towards the center here, you can kind of look down each hallway and it looks like there's that same little like offering dish with the lights around it.
Down where we came from?
Mm-hmm. Well, all
In each section.
each six. Sorry, it's and they're like there should be it's 6 and they're pretty evenly spread out.
Okay.
Not exactly, but pretty evenly.
But all also just about like the same.
They're pretty much the same
Yeah,
exact
same
thing,
dimensions.
Anything? Roof, ceiling?
Yeah. Looking up at the roof, you see just a little bit of light coming from the top, as if maybe there's a the opening of this once volcano kind of opens up to there. You can see that a lot of it looks like there's lava rock that may have been like heated and on the edges that kind of as it cooled kind of globbed shut a little bit, but it looks like movement through there is still possible, just not as easy as it may have been before.
Does anything about this seem like it was natural, or it was all just kind of created by this artifact, or just like the whole scenario?
Give me a nature.
Oh, rated those. Oh yeah, I have no idea.
You have no idea?
I have no idea. Let me see how much of a no idea I have. Nature, or 2. Rocking the deuce.
He rolled a 1.
I rolled a 1,
Yeah,
so
right.
at that point it didn't matter. It's
Yeah.
like, oh, it's like I know I'm great with nature. Yeah, +1. So good job.
You're like, it has to have been all 100% magical based off of this forge. So wherever you set up this forge, it probably makes a volcano.
Interesting.
Is what you're thinking.
And remember, I'm an idiot.
What the rest of you want?
I'm an idiot that just died grabbing this thing because I thought it was a good idea.
It was a good idea. You just answered it wrong.
Wasn't ready. I wasn't ready. And now I know I'm not ready. True lessons learned the hardest way. By smashing my face first into everything.
Well, if nothing is around, I could attempt to see if I can at least reach an item or two. And we could spend a lot of time and we could do dig with stone shape if it works.
I thought I had stone shape, but no.
I used to, but actually what I think I have is just the...
Hammer smash.
I was gonna
No.
say, I was just thinking, because
No, I have like stone knowledge, which means I can use my proficiency bonuses, like a history check bonus for stone things. But that doesn't really matter right now because
These are in solidified lava.
I can use Scanlan's hand and
Just depends on how much you want to dig. This area is massive. I can do maybe 5 foot cube at a
Let me,
time. Maybe.
Let me try something out first. Who's gonna walk to the center?
Mhm.
Kind of tap on his head and think to himself, hey, whoever was talking to me in my head is still there. And then that was my commune with deity, or whatever the fuck it was that you were doing. Doesn't seem to be working.
You are trying to talk to the god of this realm.
Somebody.
Seems like maybe an easy way to do that is to be near the forge.
Forge is in the room, and the room is shut.
The room is shut.
You open the key, put the forge inside the room,
Oh,
and now shut
yeah.
the room.
There we go. That's probably true. Walk back over. Open up the door.
Mhm.
Try that again. Hey, whoever was talking to me in my mind, you're still there.
I am always here.
Well, that's comforting to know. Whenever I'm alone, I know there's somebody there with me. I was wondering if you might have any good suggestions on where we could look for. We have a limited amount of stone shaping spells, and a lot of the stuff that this dragon seemed to have seems to be buried in now solidified lava. I was wondering if you might happen to have any way of knowing where some of the better items might be.
These things are trivial to me.
They probably are, but they matter to me and my allies.
You hold the Forge of Surtur in front of you, and you worry about trinkets.
Waste not, want not.
Nothing that is in that solidified rock comes close to what you could build with the forge.
I understand that. But there's a long distance between what happens with the forge and there's a short distance to what's buried in this lava rock.
Well, if it's important, I'd recommend you start digging.
I was wondering if you'd be so kind as to point out maybe where we should start digging for the best items. We have a limited number of stone shape.
You don't get anything back.
We got a whole lot of nothing of that.
I can't imagine Surtur wanting to assist us in much.
None of us got any of that conversation?
That's okay. I'm not sure who this suitor is that you're talking about. I'm not sure who it is that has been talking to me, but I figured if they're in my feckin' head, they might as well answer a few questions. They didn't much feel like it. They said that our forge is worth so much more than any trinkets we might find here. It's true,
Probably not wrong.
but there's no reason to be leaving a good shape behind.
If we can get it to our base, people can use it, sell it. I would agree with you.
But I got no assistance, so anybody's guess is as good as mine.
Well, why not start at the surface?
Adun will try and fly around the now solidified lake of lava and see if there are any objects kind of up towards the top that may have made any bumps or if they're peeking out anywhere. Just try and see what items, if any, are
You
at the top.
passively, you'll know that there's armor that's just barely sticking out. Other than that, there's not anything directly showing.
Armor for sure. Is that what it looked
There's a
like?
bit of armor. But yeah, that's all that you see for sure.
Cast a stone shape, try and get that armor out.
Easy enough. Sorry. Give me a perception.
I'll use knowledge from a past life. Try and help out with that.
I can give you guidance.
Okay.
I do.
That's fine.
So that's gonna be a 28.
28. And give me a religion.
Good with those. Good with those. Damn. Might as well knowledge from past life because I don't use them that often. 21.
Okay. And then give me percentage.
Percentage. Looks like 70.
70. Okay.
On the design block.
You can absolutely pull out the armor. Relatively easy if anybody wants to write this down. While stone shaping, you'll get the armor. You will also find coinage. and you can kind of, that's your perception as you're going through. You're like, oh, hey, there's the reason that this is sitting on like a pile of coins. Kind of, you can get some of this going out.
I have multiple castings too, so if it seems like there's more underneath, I can try and get some more. Sucks that casting it at a higher level doesn't do anything, but
Right. You will also find a
Does it with a
little
high-level
puzzle
slot.
cube.
like a puzzle cube.
Mhm.
Yeah. Puzzles.
It's just a little like box that can be moved and falls
Rubik's
around.
Cube.
There's some sort of
I'm just saying, puzzle cubes never lead to anything good.
They
Rubik's
always-
Cube, but also
Historically-
maybe looks more like something out of like Hellraiser, sort of
Okay.
puzzle box.
All right, cool.
Literally the very first thing I thought of.
I was just gonna
I was
say,
like,
it's
oh,
even
okay,
worse.
this is a demon box. Cool demon box.
Dibs.
You also find 1,269 platinum pieces.
1,269.
1269.
And you find 780 gold pieces.
How much gold?
70.
586 silver. And 1,281 copper pieces.
Dang it. Let's roll on the copper pieces.
Not really sure where exactly a lot of these things are from. A lot of these coins, you're kind of going through and you're kind of like smacking them and they're like breaking apart, like they are held together.
It's like
Very,
it's
very
like
heat
clumps
treated.
of-
They're
clumps of
they're
coins.
strained, but they held up remarkably, as if things that should have, like you're thinking the lava should have destroyed a lot of this. Looks like it wasn't as detrimental to a lot of them as you would expect. But all these coins are slightly at least misshapen. They're still heat gone. Stamps of kingdoms and stuff like that are pretty much gone. You can tell that what they are, but you know they're not in great shape.
For sure. What is that armor? Do we not know? Oh, I guess we'd have to identify it, I'm sure.
That could be done.
Armor.
You have a bracelet which you don't know fully about. You know that it has the ability to cast Mage Hand, to sculpt magical, like basically sculpt magical objects, and that it can call on Bigby's hand. But there's more to it, and you're not sure exactly what it is.
Because don't have legend lore.
Right. If we,
And no one's attuned to it. Someone could just attune to it, and you'd know.
we could give me sticks of ivory and things of that nature. Incense. I'd be able to discern what it does.
Of all the things I have.
And we have the
Sticks
shield.
of ivory.
Right?
One of them I don't.
You have 2 shields.
Two of those
Mm-hmm.
shields, like the
The 2
dreadnought
magical shields, yep.
ones.
Mm-hmm. The 2 dreadnought shields that you guys had before you went and fought the guy.
Naturally.
Right.
You want to identify the armor?
Mhm.
It is armor of safeguarding. Set in the center of this armor is a citrine engraved with a shield rune. While wearing this armor, your maximum hit points is increased by a max equal to 10 plus your level. As an action, you can invoke the armor's rune and cast Beacon of Hope spell with it. The spell has the duration of 1 minute and doesn't require concentration. Once the rune is invoked, it can't be invoked again until next dawn. It is armor heavy. It is full plate. Yeah, you're seeing heavy shields, heavy armor type stuff here. And that's what you get from there.
Who wants to look at this box?
Okay. You want to give me an investigation check?
Just guidance.
Yeah, a D4 to it.
$23.
Playing with it. Kind of get things to start moving and shaping and kind of going through, and then you click one thing wrong and it just reverts back to its initial position.
This is something I get to play around with a little bit later.
DC 300 puzzle box.
Doesn't have DC 23.
I can do it.
one way or another. I always love your confidence.
When you are ready to really sit down and focus on it, I could attempt to aid you magically.
I appreciate that. Apparently I need all the help I can get. I'm better at some things than others. This isn't one of my strengths.
Unless anybody else wants to play with it, check it out.
Nope. Heard
No,
that.
I'm good. I'm good on fucking with the demon
Drive?
box.
I am not so great with puzzles.
Well, then,
They're good with puzzles.
I have
Hey, what?
a lack of patience for such.
It's an investigation.
Suppose it
You
is.
want to play with it.
your investigation is way fucking better than mine is.
You can also guidance yourself. If you want it. You don't have to.
Fucking peer pressure.
I will cast
Son of a bitch.
Toss
Enhance
you into it.
ability,
Hmm?
Fox's Cunning, on the two of them. So you have advantage.
I'll assist you.
Good for the advantage. So that's an natty 20.
Did you guide yourself? You just
Yeah,
guide everybody else but not yourself?
he did.
Oh, okay.
So 39.
Sweet.
39.
39.
Nat 20.
22.
Oh,
Plus
Cat and
17.
22 plus
Can I-
17 is 39.
Can I embolden
Plus
you guys too?
17. So you get your. Is that your investigation?
Oh, that might have been my. Sorry. No, plus 11, sorry. 17's my perception. So 31, 33. Plus,
33.
Emboldened?
which does.
Another d4.
that'd be-
There it is, little pointy one.
That's another 2.
35.
Yep.
You start playing around with it, and at one point it opens up, and you see an image of what looks kind of like a volcano, and a quick flash as if a doorway in front of you is going to open, and then it just you see this like opening, and then it just is gone.
Quiz is right there because he was assisting, helping.
Okay, give me your perception.
Goodness, perception. Perceive it. 23.
Is it not an illusion or anything like that?
I'm not a loser. Nope.
23.
You seeing as he's going through, he's kind of opening up, and you see again the box kind of opens, and it looks like there's what looks like kind of a volcano like an image
Does
of a
Chris still have
volcano.
anything?
And then as
You're
soon as
emboldened also. You have a
Yeah.
D4.
you see the volcano, and it kind of
25.
the volcano seems to try to project in front of you, and as soon as it kind of does, it just kind of falls apart into nothing, and nothing happens. But you see, like almost like this, whatever image inside this box tries to project out in front of you, and then just falls apart.
Quizzle, say that. What did you see?
What did I see? When we roll perception. Dave.
Yeah, did anybody that wasn't
I mean,
interacting
you saw the
with...
same thing because you were directly interacting with it.
Well, did anybody that wasn't interacting with the cube see shit?
You saw like a little flash of something kind of like coming out of the box and just kind of falling apart.
So you guys keep
There
doing
is
that,
an
it's
illusory
working, I
sense
guess.
to it, but there was an actual like a portal was trying to open and just failed to open.
There is still something in this volcano we need to find. That's the way it strikes me.
Or maybe this box would take us here if we were elsewhere.
I was going to say maybe it's
Maybe that's how it wound up here. There's still something here.
Well,
It was
we can-
trying to show us.
We can text that. We can check that with the box. Somebody just go walk outside and see if it brings you back inside.
Give me, from the two of you guys, give me an intelligence check.
You have
God.
advantage because your fox is cutting,
Mm-hmm.
and you're also emboldened, so you have another D4.
Well, 14 better than 12.
17.
Yes, I have D4 to that.
21.
21.
21.
The size of the volcano is very familiar in that image
Because we've seen it from a distance.
because you've seen it from a distance.
That's right. We didn't have
Specifically at those rooms that you had shown up to before. So where you guys teleported in, it looks about the same size as from that location.
I mean, actually, it would have been 26. But,
So yeah, it's the same thing. It was giving you a 20 to know that that's the location that it looks like it was trying to open a portal to is outside of the volcano, but where you guys entered this demiplane.
Did you see it? There's almost like there's still something where it came in at.
this must be a gate.
We put our gate there. That's our gate there.
So you guys did a more of a
We did
We plane
a plane shift.
Was it play shift?
Yeah.
Okay. There's definitely something there. And I think if we take this cube there, we might be able to find it. But I'm still not.
Bless you.
Thank you. How'd you look at my ass
Dissuaded
last 2 days?
yet from checking out the rest of this volcano.
I can try to just dig straight down in hopes to try to see
I think.
how deep it goes.
How far down did you dig with the first one?
Roughly 5 feet, probably a little less.
5-foot cube.
Well then, I'm thinking not in the same place. Maybe 10 feet over. Try that.
Poke a bunch of holes.
You
on
can
top.
each give me an investigation if you want. Sorry.
If you're investigating you guys get advantage because it's intelligence.
And everybody's still emboldened.
The roll 2 fucking 12s. Go figure. And emboldened. Huh, I think 15? No, 15 and
You said investigation. Correct.
Oh,
25.
17.
23.
25, 17, 23.
What am I doing? Perception?
Investigation.
Investigation. Which is not
With a D4.
Well, am I
You're emboldened. Yeah.
emboldened? Well, do I get advantage on this one too? From
No.
the, Okay, so definitely that.
We got 2 people with instability.
Man, I am good at these checks.
Nailed it.
Nailed it. Investigation.
Mhm.
So +1 + 1 + 3 is 5.
Plus, I can't fucking compete with that shit.
So I got a +1. I got a D4 with a +1, and I rolled a hard 3 on that.
Damn, I'm talking about.
Derp. It's the brain damage is setting in, you guys. Like, I can still physically function, but like the mental brain connection is just not there. Point me in a direction and tell me.
25, 23, 17. You're.
Thank you.
You're-
Thank you
you're
for not
looking-
bringing it up.
You're still breathing.
Hey, look at you, ground.
Yeah.
25. You do see one spot where you see a little bit of what looks like maybe something's glowing.
What are you doing?
And you
Yeah,
see
your station right here.
almost like a very pale light, like a sickly pale light coming from one part of the stone.
Point that out as well.
2 places.
Something's definitely glowing right here.
Hopefully, maybe within 5 feet, we'll find
No.
out.
Glowing?
They're
Something's
not.
fucking glowing.
They're
What the fuck?
very spread out.
No, I mean,
Like, I
within
don't
the
see
top.
nothing, guys.
Oh,
Within 5 feet of the top.
yeah, they're definitely spread out, but they're not within 5 feet of each other.
Right.
But, possibly.
We'll find out. Starting at the glowy thing. Cast some stone shape.
Yeah.
Oh fuck! Don't inhale those. Prod. That bit my nose.
You will find a small orb. It's a polished stone orb that is veined with iridescent crystal. Seems to glow from within. It's 8 inches in diameter and weighs 8 pounds. So 8 inches in diameter and 8 pounds, making it a palm-sized trinket for a stone giant, but more unwieldy for a medium creature to use. But it's not terrible, still.
Not too bad.
It's just definitely, it's an 8-pound orb, so
Not a
it's
little
eventually
thing.
gonna be rough if you're a little spellcaster with no strength trying to use it, but it's here. You will also find
In the same spot.
with this use 1,109 platinum pieces,
Nice.
1,231 gold pieces, 242 silver, and 860 copper.
Nice. Tossing them up in just little piles.
He just kind of, yeah, you're like kind of shaping up the stone, and as you're doing it, just like
Should just.
again, chunks of coin, like for the most part, what you're going through, but like they're very. The fire wasn't trying to damage them. It's almost like something like there was a sentience to this heat. It was trying not to damage them, but it's like just a really shitty welding job. So like if you just drop it, they all kind of break apart.
Bird shit. Got it.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Been there, done that.
Excellent.
This makes me think of, I had welding still in high school, and I remember he made us weld the letters, and to test it, he literally just took it and just like threw it against the wall. It's just like bing, and it hit the wall. Like he just lightly, he'd like slap it against the wall, and then it'd fall on the concrete ground. And you started off with an A, and for every piece it broke into, your grade went down.
Mm.
So, I'm like, works.
I mean, fair enough. Seems perfectly
Legit.
reasonable.
It's like, I don't care if it's pretty, just as long as it holds together.
Yeah.
He didn't tell us that at the start, but when he's done, he's just like, you get an A,
You
breaks
work-
in half, oh, you get a B. Breaks in 3 pieces. You get a C on that one.
You can work them pretty later. Just understand what you're
Yeah.
actually trying to do.
Yeah.
You need to conjoin 2 pieces of metal. That's your goal.
Not just
That'd
look,
be
not
beautiful.
just look like you did it.
Beautiful is with practice. Useful is what you have to learn.
But yeah, so that's what you find is an orb.
Head over to the other spot. Drop another stone shape.
324 platinum pieces. 233 gold. 530 silver. And 668 copper pieces.
668 cards.
And you find a morning star. The spikes from this morning star glow with a sickly pale light. And there is a rune inscribed on the shaft and inlaid with a pearl.
That sounds like something from Gulrak's people.
That's what I was gonna say. It's like I like that. That's pretty.
We have an orb and a
It's
morning
definitely not a. The rune you're thinking is. No, that's on that one. It looks like it's a giant rune, not.
Because if it's dwarvish, I should be able to
Yeah,
read it.
yeah, it's definitely not. So you're looking at it, and you can recognize that it's.
So it's a giant morning star. I go over
Giant.
there and try and pick it up, and it's like
It's relatively normal size.
tall as
Yeah.
me, or well, it'd be if it's magic, right? It's relative to them, so it'd be as tall as me until I went and like stood up next to it, and then it kind of like shrank down.
It's
That's what happened.
no giant has attuned to this thing, so it's actually
Okay.
currently
No,
relatively
like-
small size. So this may have been
Man,
on
I
somebody
think it
who
would
was
be cool if
attacking.
it was huge.
Well, I could. So none of us can read it.
If you not, unless you can
You
read
can-
giant.
Do you speak giant?
I have comprehend languages.
Yeah, you can give me
Yeah.
comprehend languages.
Mm-hmm. I can just read common and dwarfish, and I just.
Can
know
you
it's not
read
those.
all writing? You have that.
You understand? Yeah, you understand any written language that you see, but you must be touching the surface on which the words are written.
You.
You might have the invocation where you can read any
Yeah.
script.
That's what it is. I think it is. Either ways.
Where would it be?
Either of those
invocations.
are effective. Yeah.
Or invocations of.
Under class features.
What is it, like Eldritch Sight or something like that?
Something like that. Eyes of the Runekeeper, maybe.
Oh, I think it is Eyes of the Ring.
Either ways, with one of those, you'll recognize that this is inscribed with a death rune.
Murder!
Which makes more sense with the sickly pale light coming off.
Murder mace.
Kind
Got
of,
it.
the sickly pale light almost slightly reminds you of that spell that Ela used to cast. Just with the sickly pale light that filled up a giant area. Only that this is just coming from the spikes of the morning star.
Nice. This morning star reminds you of Searing Radiance.
Was it Searing Radiance?
I think so, something like that.
I thought no,
I don't think that'd be a sickly pale.
radiant sickness.
Radiance, maybe.
Because wasn't it a pale green light, like
Oh,
a
yeah.
sickly green light or something like that said? Yeah.
That's exactly what it was, too.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, so you have both of those. That's all you're really seeming to find anywhere looking around.
So I'm sorry, what does that thing do?
We don't know yet.
It's a morning star. It
Morning
glows
star.
with sickly pale radiance.
Hits things, makes holes in them.
So I couldn't read it. I'm sorry, I was
It had a
trying-
death rune.
Oh.
You recognize that it's basically like a dwarvish, not dwarvish,
Sickening-
giant death rune.
Sickening Radiance. That's what it's supposed to be.
Sickening radiance. Yeah.
I have that, so I don't know what that is.
That's what the light kind of reminds you of.
feel satisfied with what we've acquired.
No. Are you out of stone shape?
I have more if we need, but it would be wasting potential higher resources.
Healing, I assume.
Healing, yes.
I think we ought to, I heard other things rummaging around here, but I haven't for a while now. I've got to go check and see if everyone's vacated the area or if they need some...
Rock will kind of fall from above, from here. Something moved from above. I literally just rolled and had something moved above you in the open area.
I haven't heard things in a while.
Didn't, like, plug the hole up there?
No, but just a little rock
Drop
fell.
something.
Like a rock, like something, basically like a, where the lava had cooled into this lava rock.
Broke off?
Just a piece of lava rock broke off, and as the lava rock broke off, you heard just something moving. Maybe something was moving through an area that used to have flowing lava, so he could move through fine. Now he had to apply a little pressure. But a big piece of lava rock just falls and shatters towards the center of the room.
Chris is going to cast fly and head up. Looking for whatever the fuck did that.
Okay. Fly up, and as you're flying up, you'll see out of the top of the thing, just two big wings kind of flutter, and it's flying off. Looks like the ancient red dragon that's still around is still around, and it just left the volcano to take to the skies.
So quiz up the top end of the volcano.
As you're moving up there.
Any place where it came out of?
There's a couple of tunnels that break off into different areas.
You go all the way up to the top. A tunnel that's closest to the top. You're gonna take a look down inside that one.
Okay. As you're going through, you look through these tunnels. They kind of connect into three relatively larger chambers. Seem like lava's freezing over on them. As frozen over to make like lava rock. The three chambers kind of circle the volcano, and there's a couple chutes coming out from each of them that go up, and then you can see they also spiral down, connect to each other through some tunnels. But you're seeing what looks like three basically large, like open caverns. Nothing of notice in them.
Right. Fucking third. Good for 10 minutes though.
Take some time as you're moving through here, but you're not seeing anything.
Not seeing anything.
Not seeing anything.
Okay. With
Other
his
than that,
new
being
and
relaxed.
improved passive perception.
Not seeing. Yeah, about the 27?
28.
28. Yeah. The 25 would have seen anyways. They would use that.
Right. Looking for that next 30. Again,
You get throw the luck stone back on.
26 before. Good. But that's an attunement.
Mm-hmm. I'm okay with that.
He's not gonna get rid of anything he has. Put that back down.
Okay.
See, there's a dragon that seems to be flying around outside.
Sure, it's not so happy that we have the forge and it doesn't.
I'm sure that's happy that whoever had the forge before us doesn't.
potentially.
Well, I'd be more than happy to go up there and show it to his boss. I know
I'm
it's
not sure that's
it's not.
necessary unless we're looking to take its corpse back with us.
I mean, yeah.
You've got to think about those endeavors that fulfill every member of the party. Those
Do you mean our party or the base's party?
our party.
Our party.
There seems to be one individual here who would really like to go after that dragon.
It is in
Well, I mean, two, but one. I mean, it's not. It's kind of complicated, but it's a thing.
It is in the nature of ancient red dragons to be evil tyrants. If this is something you wish to do,
I can't.
would aid you.
I can't
I see a
imagine
dragon. I
leaving
gotta kill
here.
it. I see a dragon. I gotta kill a dragon.
I can't imagine leaving here and leaving any dragon.
I agree. How long do we need to rest up for you?
I'm fine. Cast maybe a handful of spells.
He didn't
but
expend all of his spells on looking for previous shit.
I'm fine, and that dragon up there is way smaller than that other one over there.
And over there.
There. Whatever piece is over here.
I mean, we need to not forget that it's also an ancient red dragon. But
What?
yes,
Let's forget that. We'll give it the respect it's due, as well as the death that it's due.
you seem mighty obsessed with giving these creatures death. Just an observation.
I'm tempted to help out my friend.
And I mean, it's a dragon. Like, what do
I
you
can
want?
only assume that he would do the same for me.
I mean, I would.
Should we
We're here, so that would lead to believe that that's the truth,
Might as well.
right?
We're all dressed up with that ball. Might as well fucking dance.
All the better if we can gather its attention on the way back to the entrance, I guess, to see if your puzzle box
Not the
has
entrance,
maybe-
where we came in. Where we teleported in, because the little puzzle cube seems to think there's something there. We'll get there.
Right. Entrance. Ish.
It's it.
Kill any dragons we find on the way.
It sounds like a premium idea.
And no more digging.
I'm sure there's plenty of other shite here. You seem to
Ideally,
find
no.
plenty of coinage everywhere you do a stone shape. But let's say let's not waste all your spells here.
It's like I've tried digging. It's just kind of moot on my point. Like, you can smack the ground with a hammer; it just kind of bounces off. It's like,
We have enough
I got
money
nothing.
here for me to purchase material components for the spells that I need.
That's awesome. Tell me where it is you purchased this shit.
Back at the merchant that we have in our base. Can start looking for those things.
When you said material components, the orb kind of crackled with energy for a second.
That's weird.
It's like universal material.
Does Quiz notice that?
Oh, right.
No. Not
He's,
given
he's busy.
situation.
He's busy staring at this hole in the sky with
Huh?
that dragon
No.
fly by.
Do you have true sight?
Hmm?
Do you have true sight?
No.
No.
Not on. You have to cast it.
Although that problem may be solved depending on the nature of these items.
In fact, he doesn't even have that. Oh, so no.
Do any of you happen to have any more identify spells?
Yes, I do.
Try and glean what these objects are, if you don't mind.
Takes a bit of time. But I don't think we have anything pressing right at the moment.
We need legend lore for the bracelet. We know the shields
Don't-
and the armor.
Don't got the legend lore.
But identifying this orb and this morning star, we could learn.
Quiz doesn't identify.
On what?
The orb?
This is the Orb of Scareus. Said to be infused with the wisdom and power of the god Scareus. This polished stone orb, veined with iridescent crystal, seems to glow from within. The orb is 8 inches in diameter and weighs 8 pounds, making it a palm-sized trinket for a stone giant, but more unwieldy to medium creatures. While holding the orb, you can use it as a spell-casting focus for your spell. You also gain the following benefits. Abundant components. The orb has 3 charges and regains all expended charges at dawn. When you cast a spell while holding the orb, you can expend up to 3 charges to ignore the spell's material components, with a gold cost up to 300 gold per charge expended. Astute Mind, you gain a +2 bonus to any Constitution saving throws made to maintain concentration on a spell. Divine Sight, you can see normally in darkness, both magical and non-magical, out to a distance of 120 feet.
That's badass.
Sure, it requires attunement.
It absolutely does.
That's the good.
Yeah, you can ignore 900 gold worth of material components. Yes, it requires attunement.
And you can see in magical darkness? Fuck yeah!
One of these days.
120 foot magical darkness.
Yeah.
I can.
+2 to
Double sight.
concentrate.
Yeah.
120 feet.
Yeah, devil.
The Morning Star is Reaper's
You delude.
Scream. The spikes of this iron Morning Star glow with a sickly pale light. A death rune is inscribed in the shaft and inlaid with a pearl. You gain a +2 bonus to attack and damage rolls made with this weapon, and attacks with this weapon deal necrotic
Is that
damage
quiz
instead
identifying
of
this?
piercing. Yeah.
Oh.
So yeah, it does necrotic instead of piercing. When you attack a creature with this weapon and roll a 20 on the attack roll, you gain 10 temporary hit points. Any creature that you hit with a melee attack, while you have 1 or more temporary hit points, takes 10 necrotic damage. Invoking the rune as a bonus action, you can invoke the rune, unleashing the screams of every creature slain by the weapon in one cacophonous burst. Each creature within or of your choice within 60 feet must make a DC 15 Wisdom saving throw or be stunned until the start of your next turn. Once the rune has been invoked, the rune can't be invoked until next dawn. Proficiency with the Morning Star allows you to add proficiency to attack rolls made with it. Yeah, kind of nice. If you crit with it with an at 20, gain temporary hit points, and so long as you have any of those hit points, you do an extra 10 necrotic damage. So not bad. And that's just standard.
If we have more time, especially at, say, the base, I could use the orb to legend lore these other items that we have. The hand, maybe the forge.
Nice.
Figure out what benefits the forge would give us as the forge itself.
That'll work.
So we venture back to the ruins and then head back home and we can glean a little more.
That sounds like fun. But first, there's a red dragon flying around that somebody wants to be.
Whoa.
Could have been its wings.
Come on, you guys don't want to kill that thing? I can't be the only one that wants to kill that thing.
I'm with you.
I mean, I'll do it by myself if I have to.
No,
but-
I'm with you.
Okay.
I'm there.
Wiz wants to come. You guys want to come?
Yeah.
I'll do what I can do.
Hey!
I'm nothing but a dainty little halfling.
Oh, dude, you're smaller. It's harder to hit. I mean, there's always an advantage to the situation.
I'm here to protect you all, so if this is your wish, I will go with it.
Come on, it's an evil dragon. You don't want to kill the evil dragon?
I I'm not refusing to kill the evil dragon. Simply saying there are more.
I mean,
evil
I would
things-
certainly hope not, because then we'd be having a different conversation.
Right. There are more evil things on my mind that I wish.
But it's a dragon. It's right here.
higher up on the list. But I guess proximity is good.
I mean, if we went and found some other dragons, I wouldn't mind. But again, this one, it's right there.
Fiends, devils,
Tell me.
these inevitables, they are at the top of my list. But if we kill an ancient red dragon on the way,
Dragons?
won't
No,
get
it said
in the way.
all it said was dragons. It didn't say anything about those other things. I'm sure it's fine with it, but it's like, hey man, dragons. Sorry, it's not all me. It's this guy right here.
Your new pronoun is us.
We'll try and keep you all happy.
Hey, I'm in for this struggle too, man. Like, I don't disagree with sword, so but I don't have a lot to say in the situation either.
What do you guys want to do?
I'm sure we could gather its attention if we try to return back to the ruins.
We'll have to see.
How do you want to return back to the ruins?
Ye old-fashioned way?
The way you guys came?
Yeah, walk out the door.
Ye
You'll walk back, the door is shut.
Oh man, this is a big door.
Big door. It opens in. There's no handles. Well, no, you guys got it a little bit open because you were on the outside. That's
Ye
right.
opened it
Yeah.
eventually. and
Yeah,
we
it's just
pulled it
cracked open. Yeah. So, yeah, you can get through. But when you get to the other side, there's just a wall of lava rock. You remember the lava was about 5-3 feet thick. I'm guessing this lava stone is probably about that thick.
That's
give or take.
pretty thick. Stone shape.
Well, it's got also the hither thither, and we got the cubic gate too. I got the cubic gate.
Is the hither thither still up and running?
As far as unless it shouldn't not be.
On a
We
new
did a long
day, I
rest.
think it would only last a day, right?
You did it pretty much at the beginning of the last day.
Okay.
Because the first thing you did was cast it.
But we also did a long rest in here.
And you've been identifying and doing things like that, which takes some time.
Take 10 minutes each.
Plus just the searching and who knows what else.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, 1
Maybe
minute.
Well, yeah. If you're doing, because you're doing it as spells, not as ritual.
Spell.
Yeah.
1 minute.
If you have the ritual caster feat, you can do it at 10 minutes, and it doesn't cost a spell slot, so nice bonus.
But yeah,
Because it was new
passageway through it.
ritual.
Cool. Yeah, you can get through. Moving back, it's a lot easier to move back. As now, like all the lava has solidified to the point where there's barely even warmth to this at all. There's still natural warmth, but given the situation of what you've been dealing with, it almost feels cold down here.
Comparatively.
Compared to what we were dealing with, yeah.
Sure.
But you walk out, you're not finding anything at all. The bodies and things like that of the people you left behind are still here, but nothing really else of substance.
Allow me to scout.
Walk back out to the exit points. Any red dragons flying around? He wants to scout for them.
Give me a perception when you guys get out.
Fly up with my halo and my sword light. Just try and see what I can see. I'll guide myself as I go up to them.
Okay.
Guide that ship.
And because I don't really use them that often, I'll do another knowledge from the past life. Ooh, yeah. 35 perception.
35.
We're all still emboldened, right?
Stand there
I
and look at
figure it probably would take longer than 10 minutes for us to get out.
Yeah, it would, for sure.
17.
Oh,
Sorry, fucking 28.
perception.
I'm pretty good at perception.
Not pretty good enough.
25, 28, and 35, 35. You guys aren't seeing anything specific. You'll notice that there's one part of this kind of like area that almost seems to have like this domed nature to it, where you can see this like rift in the dome, that just seems to be glowing with red light. This entire area inside of here that used to have that red glow to it is starting to fade into like gray tones. And you see this rift in the edge of the thing. It's almost like a circle where you can see through, and it looks like bright red glowing area on the other side, and the rift is like slowly stealing shot.
Interesting. Slowly, as in like it's going to be shut here shortly.
It's going to be shot here very shortly.
So not slowly.
Slowly. It's not going like.
Right.
It's not already shut, but it's from the size of the rift. You can tell that it's closing, but if you rushed, you might be able to make it through.
Don't see any dragon or anything like that.
The dragon that I saw was flying away.
Definitely come back down. It seems possible that it may have found a way back to the plane of fire.
Well, it was flying off in a direction. That's the way to the plane of fire.
Well, bright red rift of sorts. I just assume that's where it would take. This was a demi-plane sort of off of the fire plane. So, I figure taking the spark-forged artifact as well as vanquishing that dragon inside of it, or inside of the volcano, maybe caused a rift in the space. I think your dragon may have fled.
Oh, come on.
It's possible. You're not sure. But you also don't see a dragon, so.
Does Snicker Snack know if the dragon's still around?
No. It likes to kill dragons, but it doesn't have any ability to actually detect or hunt down dragons. It's just its preference.
Well, certainly tried to attract attention to myself, but I don't think anything wants to come say hello.
Not at this moment.
Shall we return back to the ruins just to inspect if the puzzle box changes?
Might as well.
Back to the ruins.
On we go.
Get back to the ruins. Easy enough. Who wants to do that thing?
Puzzle box resets itself, yeah?
I'll assist you. You have advantage?
Yeah, you have advantage.
If you're putting in the majority of the work, I will embolden us. And I can also guide you.
Advantage. What are we doing? What was it?
Advantage 2
Investigation, 2d4.
With advantage. $30.
30? Yeah. Playing around with it. Kind of remember what you did last time. You're moving it, and it opens up, and you can see the volcano, and it looks a lot like what you're seeing from these ruins. It seems to try to project in front of you, and it just seems to fall apart. The projection just falls to nothing.
I think this realm is fading. I think this box is not working as it should.
It was buried in lava for a long time.
It was. It probably doesn't work. You should probably just throw it.
I'm
You're right. Probably
fairly certain it just brings us here.
That's my thinking.
We can try that out when we get back to base and just see if the portal will open for us there.
Or you could throw it. Can you grab me a Pepsi? Or 2 Pepsis? That way I can have
Ginger ale, please.
Ginger ale. Anybody else?
No, I'm good, thank you, sir.
You are good.
David Hayter told me I was pretty good.
I bet he would. I bet he would.
It's awesome.
I bet that happened. It's cool that you don't have any proof of it.
Video or it didn't happen.
Fuck you guys, she was expensive. Just the autographs I got, geez, that was 200 and something.
It's not the autographs that you got. It's the autographs that you didn't get.
Yeah, that's that too. I'm kind
You visited my booth twice. It's cool.
of. Crowd was too much, dude. Crowd was just too much.
Crowd was too much for you to buy a print. That's cool. No, I get it.
Every time I've tried to buy a print from you, you're like, just take it. Just
Yeah,
fucking
but that's
take my
because you
money.
work the booths for the most part.
So?
I'm not
Oh,
gonna be
you're
like,
mad
hey,
because I
thanks
didn't buy
for
yours?
watching.
Is that what you're hinting at?
No, that's fine, dude. I didn't like my prints either. That's cool. Like, oh hey, you're selling prints? That's cool. Can you hold on to these prints that I bought?
Yeah,
And
thanks,
then I'll
buddy.
come back and pick them up later. Not pick anything else up. It's cool. I was just there hanging out, you know.
This is what
I
I
don't
would think you were
really
doing.
That's pretty much what I was in. It's just weird. I don't actually push prints. I'm like, people bought them. People tip me. I didn't push it though. I was just like, you want a print, you know, print, but you buy a print. I'm not gonna be like, hey, why don't you come buy a print?
Oh, you don't want to? Well, fuck you.
So you're gonna take a, are you gonna take a short rest and attune to the Amulet of the Plains?
Answer's yes.
I guess.
Just, I mean, sure.
That's your way to leave, so it would make
I mean, that's
sense.
how we get home, Noreen. If you want to go home, or just not here.
I thought we plane shifted here. Or is that what this thing does?
Yeah, it's the Amulet of Plains.
Oh, I'm sorry. I have this? Oh, I sure do.
Ambulance,
I'm sorry.
You just have to attune to it, so you'd have to switch things up.
Yeah,
What? Oh, the Wrath of Khan? Yeah, that's good.
okay. Yeah, take a short rest. I'll attune to it.
Okay. Attune to it. Short rest. Everybody can mark off short rest if you need to. Attune to the amulet.
Rest.
To plane shift back to the location that you know of on your void base.
For our short rest, I will use my cleric ability to get one of my second level spells last break.
Amulet of the Plains.
I will.
The rod, obviously. Eldritch Perfection. What's the third thing you're staying attuned to? Maybe either armor, chain, or talisman.
Well, I swapped the talisman for the plane shift. So what I have is the wraps of my god and the chain.
Well, you'd have to give one of those because you have to have 3 of them
Set.
for them to count as 2 attunement slots. I'm aware, but you lose that 4th attunement slot when you aren't attuned to 3 of them.
Oh,
You can attune to 3 as if they were 2.
gotcha.
It's 1 as 1, 2 as 2, 3 is 2,
Chain then.
4 is 2, and then 5 is 3. So the chain?
Yeah.
Just want to make sure. So, Give me that intelligence check.
I cast an enhanced ability and emboldened bond on you, and guidance.
Can quiz assist?
That's the enhanced ability.
Okay.
So,
But also, it's like an arcana, like a weird thing with the amulet. So
so advantage with 2d4.
yeah.
Just straight intelligence check.
Mm-hmm.
$28.
28, yeah. You plane shift back to your base.
Hey.
You are now back on your base.
Where gets F?
Also known as nothing else, because no one ever named it.
It's a really long name, though. We should change it. Nothing else, because no one ever named it.
I think that's a great name.
All one word. Welcome to Nothing Else, because no one ever named it. What can we do for you?
Sounds legit to me.
Yeah.
So you were back at Void Base out.
No, we're back at Nothing Else, because no one ever named it.
What would you like to do?
For the time being, I would like to reattune to my other stuff again.
Return to your stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can we take the time to divvy up our funds?
Certainly. Take what you need.
We each get 900 platinum.
Actually, quiz does not take part of that. So divide it by 3 to the first.
Motherfucker.
You did.
Why not?
That's 300 platinum each. It's an easy split.
Yeah.
Just add 300 more.
Yeah, we each get
1,200
more.
instead of 900.
We each get 1,200 platinum.
It's the weight, really, is what it is. It's just
Just
I
extra
don't want
weight.
to carry that extra weight.
He has extra dimensional spaces where he doesn't have to worry about it.
That's not the point. The point is that he doesn't want to carry that weight.
Most of Adun's shit is just going to be in his room in his little temple to Michiko. Because he's not going to fucking carry that weight either. So I'm just going to be dividing these by 3 then?
Which ones are you doing? The rest of the coins and stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah, 3. Because all.
Hold on, guys. I think I fucked it up. Hold on. 1, 2, 6. I did fuck it up. We do each get it's 900 each. It would have been 675. Roughly, if it was divided by 4. But I fucked up my math initially. So it's 900 plat each, with 2 plat left over. You guys take an extra.
Clearly, you do.
Clearly.
You don't ever want to go. Well, it's because we don't have any money. With what money? There's money to be found places. You just have to go places with money.
Well, like, we have party members rolling in fucking heaps and heaps of gemstones, but I came in with nothing, and so, yeah, it's like, well, if I had gems, I could do these
You
things.
came in with
They're like,
nothing.
okay, money-wise.
And well, I mean, our thinking is like we're like at this point, like we're not even necessarily thinking about those things anymore. It's like we've had them for a while. It's like, oh, I mean, we got them. What do you mean?
Yeah.
We got a little.
What do you mean? You're short on material components. The fuck?
Yeah, you guys are like, there's what? People are that way?
What?
There's no way.
That happens?
So you need diamonds here.
Yeah.
Take a handful.
You say so.
He's like, these are the largest fucking diamonds I've ever seen. What the fuck? Alright, we each get 748 gold. Oh, split even. Oh, nice.
Oh, the request is that box. Does anybody have a problem with that?
I'm pretty certain all it does is teleport you back to
I don't want the demon box.
the thing.
Accept that.
I'll take the box.
I mean, Norin came the close to opening it. I think he'd probably be the best at opening it, but I don't think he wants to keep it either.
I'll give some time working on it.
I mean, he's got all the tentacles. So, I mean, it should be pretty easy to open the box.
He's got 10 tickles and I've only got one. I can't. It's rough to compete with that.
You guys get
100%.
453 silver. And you each get 936 copper.
Right down to there.
Split up the money. Back at base. What do you want to do?
I'd like to go talk to the merchant guy.
Garrick?
He's around. Yeah, Garrick's around. I'm in need of material components that are rather expensive. Would you have the means to acquire these if I gave you the money?
Potentially. We potentially have things as well. Material components is something I try to specialize in.
It is a rather large list.
Let me have it.
I will need, at some point, a gem-encrusted bowl worth 1,000 gold pieces.
I have one. Unfortunately, it would be more expensive than that. I don't have one just worth 1,000, but
This is okay.
remember I am specialized in these things.
Divinatory tools worth 100 gold pieces at least.
Yeah, something you can do.
Excellent. What else? I would need for now 1,000 gold pieces of herbs, oils, and incense,
Oh yeah, of course.
Oh yeah.
with also
Every day got those.
a need for 200 or 500 gold pieces worth of incense additional.
Mm-hmm.
I would need 4 ivory strips worth 50 gold pieces each.
Right, a legend lore set. I have something set up specifically for that.
Excellent.
Comes with the 500 gold pieces of herbs as well for the first cast.
I would also need a golden reliquary worth at least 500 gold pieces. Also.
do that as well. These are all things I can get my hands on or have available in the location I'm setting up a shop currently.
I think those are the majority then of what I would need. Unless you happen upon a 1,000 gold piece, like silver mirror or some such.
Yeah, I have a really nice silver mirror.
Excellent.
Yeah, these are all things we can do. If you want, we can go back and you can decide which ones you want to get.
Yes, please.
So we'll head back to the shop. First of all, you wanted the 4 ivory sticks and 500 gold of incense. That would be 2,500 gold, and you'll set out a really nice little box that has like a place for incense in it. There's multiple other little like pockets where you could put more incense in, but right now it just has one little pocket of incense filled, and it has the 4 ivory sticks laid out in it. It'd be 2,500 gold.
Absolutely. And I'll do that. 2,500 for them.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Easy enough.
Pulls out a really nice mirror. I have this. Can sell you for 5,000 gold. A nice polished silver mirror. It's got all kinds of little filigree, fancy stuff.
Absolutely. I'll take it. 5,000.
You were also looking for oils, herbs, incense.
Yes.
How much are you looking for?
Oils, herbs, and incense. I need about 1,000 gold pieces worth.
He will divvy out that. And say, this is what would normally sell for about 1,000 gold, which will do the magic of about 1,000 gold. However, it'd be about 5,000 gold. Unfortunately, the local alchemy lab has been fully destroyed, and I can't procure any more oils, and I've yet to start growing any herbs or anything like that.
Wonder how that happens.
Though I will. There's a great place for me to set up a garden and start growing herbs on the other side. I haven't yet, so it's what I have is what
I don't think there was anything there before it got destroyed.
Looking at dealing rates.
I might then have to trade you your mirror back for those then.
I mean, I could buy a mirror for you. What were you trying to sell me?
That's some shit.
Your 1,000 gold piece silver mirror.
I don't have 1,000 gold piece silver mirror. You do though.
Ah, yes. What I don't like shopping.
He'll set out a little appraisers, like lens.
I can give you 2,500 gold for the incense. That is what I have remaining.
Do you have anything else? I don't mean to come off as
This
a
dude-
dick.
This dude notices a tap on his shoulder.
But
Another tap on his shoulder.
he'll kind of stop for a second.
There's a diamond right there.
This is why my prices are as they are. He'll slide like a pouch of herbs over for you.
Oh, we've ruined that. We've ruined everything.
Your prices are as what they are because you can get diamonds from other people?
Because I know that the purveyors of the city are as generous in heart as they are deep of pocket.
Well, forgive me for
He's
being
looking, has the thing out, is just like looking at the diamond now.
5,000 gold piece diamond.
Mm-hmm.
well.
Quite
Forgive me
articulate.
then for being new here. And I thank you for your business.
Hey, we got our first spam chat. That's fun.
No shit.
Yeah.
They love us?
Well, I mean, not on this one at least. We always, every single week, we get spam chat, like bots from YouTube, even though, like, our followers can't find us on YouTube.
But spam bots can.
But
But
yeah.
spam bots can.
They sure as
like,
fuck can, yeah.
Like, look my sexy side, look my sexy side, look. But this one, this is, please help me. I need follower and earn some money
Monet.
for my children, myself.
Monet.
Cool.
I'm not sure who you are.
We've made it
But,
big time.
like
I don't
Moni.
have any money.
Yeah.
I
Um,
like some Moni.
Money's
So
pretty
y'all
hard to
can
come
share
by.
that money this way.
Yeah, I don't have any money. We are monetized, but we have made 0 pennies so far.
Son of a
So,
biscuit.
I offer you everything we've made so far.
How about that? Up to this exact moment.
To this, yeah, so far. At the time of
I
recording.
mean, who knows? We might get a nickel by the time this thing's done.
Right.
But that's not theirs.
Right. Sorry. If we make a nickel off tonight's show, yeah, that's fair. I'll give you a nickel. You just have to come and get it.
Spam bot.
Yeah, I'm not gonna mail you the nickel.
Yeah. Cost you fucking 60 cents to mail you a nickel. No, hell.
The golden reliquary, dare I ask. 500 gold piece worth a golden reliquary.
Yeah, I could absolutely sell you one. It would be 2,500 gold for this, and I'll pull out it is really nice.
I happen to have that.
It works perfectly then.
It's in a lot of other kinds of coins, so give me a moment.
That's fine. And he'll pull out a little. He pulls out this little thing, and it's like a little like weird box. It has multiple holes on the top, only one hole on the bottom.
Yep. I'll do that.
And I'll go through, and you'll see like he'll take like a handful of the copper and be like dropping it into one of the slots. Keeps dropping it, and eventually a gold piece falls out. Dink. Look, it makes things easier. I wish it worked in platinum, but it turns things into gold.
Excellent.
This is my favorite. He takes one gold piece and he drops it in, and a gold falls out, but it's a different gold.
Laundering.
He's like, it's nice. It's like, oh, I don't want to, or I'm not welcome in this kingdom anymore. And he like holds up a stamped coin, drops it in, and it just has a different stamp on it.
Makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah. What else do you guys want to do while here? Now that you've returned back.
Well, tomorrow I can accomplish a great many things with these materials. For the rest of this day, I would just like to return to my temple. Just try to spruce it up.
Absolutely. Anything else anybody needs from the merchant for the time being?
Not that I can think of, no.
Anything you guys want to do with the armor or the shields, or are you going to do Legend Lord on the bracelet?
Yeah, but that'll be the next day.
Okay.
Armor, shields. We have to see if there's anyone here who needs this shit. We shouldn't be just carrying it around with us. Doesn't do us any good.
This is true.
Definitely people here who could take advantage of that stuff. Excuse me. Is there anything else anybody wants to do this day before we move on to the next day?
I got nothing.
Nope, on this day though, for the rest of that day, Adun will be setting out his herbs, oils, and incense all over his temple.
I'll fetch this.
Could we walk into Doom's temple?
Yeah.
Just walk around.
Very humble little space.
Temple to
Mishakal.
Shikal.
Mishakal.
Mishkal.
Mishakal. Something like that.
Michelin.
However you say her name.
Good welcome to Doom. I appreciate everything that you've done for all of us since you've joined our party. Please do not take offense when I do not shake your hand.
I am grateful that my presence here is welcome. I do not take offense. I know some people prefer not to come into contact with other beings, items, artifacts. I'm sure you have noticed that I take those same precautions myself when it comes to certain things. I hope that one day you will understand that I would never touch you to harm you.
Maybe someday you can convince me of that. He walks out.
Just gives the nod. Goes back to displaying his oils and herbs and all that. Probably at some point, maybe talk to Golrak or someone, see if he can get a hand mounting his silver mirror in the temple.
I think that's a no.
No, absolutely.
He's like, go fuck yourself.
Yeah. Oh yeah, mounting mirrors? Fuck you. Who to play that?
It's like, hold on.
Wait a minute. I draw the line at some things. Chop the head off any fucking dragon you find, but mounting mirrors? No. Hell no.
You're doing manual labor. Shoot.
What, I look like a fucking regular old dwarf to you? What the fuck?
Yeah, mostly, but books are deceiving. Don't go judging a book by its cover. Book one, huh?
Yes.
Right. Yes.
Absolutely.
You will have received word back. People are looking around for different things for you guys. There is word that some investigation and some work from Lorquin will let you know that some work from
Who's getting this?
Gleinstrin. Lorquin will just kind of walk up to whoever, either at your temple or whatever, and let you know that Gleinstrin has been investigating what we knew of the portal with the object of Melora, and from what we can tell, the reason it's so hard to find this is because it's effectively like a blue, like water portal, which is like a rare happening inside of a significantly large hurricane that forms and breaks apart and reforms. So you have to find the correct storm, and you have to man your way through it. Only a ship traveling through the water can travel through the portal. So you have to man a ship through a very significant hurricane to find the blue water, and then you have to navigate into it to enter into the pocket dimension, where then you can deal with trying to find that spark. That's what Gleinstrin has found, and he said, any new word on the object of the Raven Queen?
We have not been able to put forth any of our efforts into researching the object of the Raven at this time. But we did acquire the anvil.
And as that was the plan, we've been reaching out. We have come across somebody who may be willing to use the anvil to reinforce our base. If that's something you guys want to do. Unless one of you are planning on using it.
Not planning on using it, at least currently. The idea, of course, is that at some point the person who uses it would be able to use it against the inevitables.
I mean, I don't know how it's used, but it's a forge.
Absolutely.
Setting up a forge here, in theory we could make things.
It takes a certain level to use it.
Well, you can attune to it without accepting its trial.
You cannot. There is no. It doesn't require attunement. It only requires trial.
Oh.
There is no attunement to these objects. It just requires trial.
But it's a different trial than if you were to take on the spark trial.
Yeah. Unless you destroy it. You could destroy one of these things, releasing the spark of divinity that is creating it,
Right.
and then you can use that to try to gain omnipotence.
Which means you have to go through.
The spark trap.
Yeah.
Just trying to withstand it.
Is there anything in particular you want to do on this day?
No.
Does anybody want to fuck around with the puzzle box?
Fuck yeah.
You want to try it?
Yep.
Give me a investigation.
Giving you
Quiz is going to do this in his temple.
the stuff.
Okay.
Enhance your ability. I can embolden bond you and guide you.
2d4.
2d4, 1d6. Or, I mean, 2d4 and
Plus
1d20.
And advantage. Yeah.
No, don't. You have disadvantage because you've already failed. So 1d20, 2d4.
1d20, 2d4, no d6? Or no plus
No,
6?
No. Because it's not a saving throw, unfortunately.
Right.
Unfortunately, once you fail, you have disadvantage.
Right.
Until you succeed, then it goes to its normal.
Right.
And then when you succeed again, you have advantage until you fail. Because the thing is, you'll hit something, you're like, oh cool, that move moves, and you get like 5 moves ahead, and it turns out that it was like the move like 5 behind that. That may have actually triggered the failure.
Got
So until you figure out, oh, that's actually loading this piece, which is causing that reset.
Right.
You know, things like that.
So what is this then? What,
Investigation.
Investigation.
Mhm.
Using a natty 20.
Yep.
Investigation 35.
So you're using your natty 20? So 35? Yeah. Playing around with it, and you pop it open and you see this volcano, and it kind of seems to shimmer in front of you and goes, and it opens up a portal. That is a portal.
That is very portal-like.
Portal. Portal.
Takes you to
Yeah,
takes you
portal-
to a
it does
place.
portal-y things.
Of portalism.
Portal-esque.
Portal.
A 30-foot diameter portal appears before you,
Where there used to be a volcano.
and it leads to the runes that show where this volcano is. It's not currently active volcano, but it's a volcano. It's not an angry volcano.
It's
But-
the volcano we just went to.
Yep.
Looks like there.
This device opens up a portal to that area. It's a 30-foot diameter portal.
Sounds like you have maybe a secondary base.
Maybe. Maybe I'll check this out again tomorrow.
Having a way to end up somewhere else quickly like that is not a bad thing
It takes about 30 minutes
to try and
to,
crack.
to actually get the puzzle to pop open. So it takes 30 minutes of work and a DC 25 investigation. You
God damn
are
it.
now flat roll. You're at advantage. That makes you feel better. And they'll pull it in. So it's not a very quick thing.
I mean,
Some of it too, like even if you try to do it faster, you're like click, 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 and you're like pushing it, and it takes a second before it'll actually even click, and you're going through like there's not really doing it faster, even with practice.
So much
It's not exactly the fast road to China, but it'll get you there.
who is China?
But you do have a puzzle cube that
What a call
will
volcano.
lead you to a pocket dimension on the fire plane.
Volcano. Volcano.
Right.
Since technically it's an extinct volcano now.
Right.
Because of some individuals I know.
It's not necessarily extinct, it's just not necessarily bubbling at the exact moment.
They may be dormant.
Dormant.
At the moment.
Definitely get the feeling dormant.
Dormant.
So, you have that. What else do you guys want to do at the moment? Oh, hey. Oh, wow, that's weird.
What you want to do? Hey, that's weird. Dope.
I just haven't made this in a while yet, and it's just kind of cool to see. I was saying, oh hey, because and just for holding purposes, I was creating a new character for name purposes, but I realize it's going to be my 200th character on D&D Beyond at the moment.
Jesus.
Jeez.
Oh my.
But that's it. Fucking plebe.
I deleted a bunch. I was close
Really?
to 200 before.
Really? Mr. Fucking, you deleting characters, man.
Well, I
You're
deleted-
busting my balls for that?
I deleted ones
Only-
I didn't need. Because I had a couple that were like.
Well, you
doubled
didn't
up
need them
and
until
stuff
you
like
deleted them, and then you're like, fuck, they're gone.
They're from the previous timelines, but that was, somehow that got all fucked up. I don't know how.
that. Yeah, I had some guys who were like just very basic, like crewmen and stuff like that. I was like, I don't really need them anymore.
Yeah. Yeah,
But yes, you have a gate now that you know of. What would you like to do?
Man.
Well, really, the only thing I think of we can do without like directly setting off to the next Sparkforge item is bringing whoever in can possibly use that forge and see if they can't do anything to increase our effectiveness or increase the safety of our base. Outside of that, I mean, determining what the next spark we go after is probably the best bet. Because at this point, we only have a handle on what and where a few of them actually are.
I'd say just keep going after the items. We obviously can't. Oh, excuse me. Obviously, we should probably get some more of these things and try to figure them out a little better, seeing as the one pretty much killed you.
Oh, definitely killed me.
Well, I don't know what kind of experience that was for you, but I definitely don't want to try that.
Dying is not the greatest, no.
If you wanted, just an option.
But it wasn't as bad as the last time. If that makes you feel any better.
Get to work, I can hit you.
There is somebody who they know, who they're in contact with, who is willing to attempt to use this forge. See what they can do for you.
Try to take on the trial.
To attempt to take on the trial. Just an option.
Can I make a suggestion to everyone who's willing to listen to the shite that I typically spew. Anybody who's willing to attempt this process is also quite capable of taking this away from us.
That's a very good call. Just as soon keep these for us and
Because eventually, we too will be able to accomplish this. But until then, I think the less individuals that know that we have this, the better off we are.
I fully agree.
What do you mean, eventually? The
Eventually.
voice carries across the wind.
Thinking to himself, eventually, you know, because it's going to take us a while to get places and do things since we don't have any fucking money because all the shit that we could have gotten out of that fucking mountain is still stuck in solidified lava.
Don't have any money.
Didn't say that.
No, I'm pretty sure those are the exact words I heard.
You may have said that. I don't think that's what he
I
meant.
didn't get any gold pieces from that.
No.
I didn't get any platinum pieces
You
from that.
literally said I don't want it.
Didn't I say that? Of course I did. But I didn't get any from it. Because there's other stuff in that mountain that I'd rather be having. But you know, it's too much of a pain in the ass for you to just say, oh yeah, hey, search right here or search right there or check this place out or maybe these 3 spots. But you know, that's okay. Eventually we'll get there. Is there a timeline on this? I'll take that as a no.
Well, if you want, I got somebody who's willing, but I understand if you're not interested in such. Just thought I would offer.
Who's this?
Lorman.
Oh. Sure, guys, call it. My vote's fuck no.
that's my vote too.
What happens if we are split even?
Rock, paper, scissors, I suppose.
Boulder, parchment, shears. That's so
If you say
trivial.
so.
So trivial.
It's a deciding factor.
We could attempt to divine with our deities, Norin, and see if this person could be trusted to carry out such a task, and if they would be willing to give up the artifact when the time comes when we need to weaponize it.
Well, they could say yes now, but who knows what the artifact does to you after you've had possession of it.
That is a good point. I would hope that the greater divine beings would take that into consideration. Why not ask our deities the yes-no maybe question? If you're looking for guidance, oftentimes the gods know a little more than we do.
I cannot disagree with that. But you also have to remember they have their own agenda, which very rarely will ever include any of us.
This is also true.
Can confirm.
I am happy to see spark-forged artifact in our possession. I would be happy to see such an item be used for the good of the people here. Since I, and I know this to be true, will not ever use this thing, I have no issue with someone else using it to potentially better the people here. That is just my opinion. So, we have 2 nays and 1 yay. Golrak, are we 2 boulder parchment shears, or are you within hesitation?
I want to trust everybody, but Laura would like to say kidnap a lot. And that doesn't...
It wasn't Laura Quinn. From what I remember, it was Gleinstrom.
Gleinstrom was the one. He did mention to Laura Quinn that she had been kidnapped by you guys, and she didn't necessarily argue
Disagree.
with that, but it was definitely Gleinstrom who was the one who said that. By the way, Gleinstrom's still waiting for word back on, have you found anything out about what he's referring to as the Cloak of the Raven Queen? Your notes say that it's a Scythe of the Raven Queen, so you're kind of confused as to what exactly it is that you're looking for.
I said help the people make our ship better.
Or, I mean, if you wanted, there are people here who could attempt to try this trial. Somebody who thinks that they're worthy of the evil god of the Forge. I don't know if anybody here thinks they're worthy of the evil god of the Forge. No.
Well, we watched it kill one of our other
I thought it was cool. Probably not. I mean, probably not. I mean, I'd say so again, but I mean, I don't want them to. I mean, I don't want to die again.
You're also no longer in the pocket dimension, so that could be bad.
Yeah,
If you died.
might be really dead.
You will notice that he was looking a little bit better. You were looking a little bit better. Right, I don't have my thing in front of me right now, but I want to say, you and you both have death. You don't have death yet. You don't have death yet. Both of them were looking better for a short time, but now they're starting to, even after one long rest, that kind of sunken into the eyes and the kind of, just the gaunt look to them is starting to come back.
It might be that if we could regulate the temperature by that volcano, that maybe some of these people that we are trying to help would live healthier, better lives there.
I don't think it's a fault of the temperature.
No, I don't think so either. I mean,
Just as long as it doesn't get too hot so that they don't die.
if it's too unbearable for standard people, then obviously they cannot live there. But if the temperature is okay, that might be a safer place for them if they have death.
Just an option.
But I do not foresee me, even at the end all, if I was confident in my ability, ever trying to use this item. I would assume someone like Golrak would attempt to use it.
I mean, I'll try again. Are we trying again? Do I got to try again?
I don't think so.
Don't think
Yeah, I
you're
don't-
quite ready yet.
Okay. I was gonna say, I was like, I don't think it's a great idea, but I'll do it.
I'd highly recommend against it.
I don't.
I
Think
agree. I agree with that.
I don't think a day would change your ability.
But I
to
don't want anybody to think that I wouldn't, because I would.
That's
I'd
fine.
do it.
That's fine.
You don't have to prove yourself. We believe.
We've already watched you try attempt the.
Okay. Just so you know, I would. Don't want anybody saying anything. Rebel.
But
It can be a bit brutal. If are you ready?
yeah. Again, if someone else could use it to assist people here, that is ideal. Can you trust them? Probably not.
That's what I was saying. I find you a little bit too trusting. See, you've joined this party. What do you know about it?
Things I wish I didn't know, unfortunately.
But I mean, let's say you pick the worst one. Which would that be?
The worst one. What? A thing? The worst thing that I know?
Yes.
Oh, well.
Singularly. I mean, there's many questionable things. Let's just say the worst thing.
Somehow winding up with unfathomable wealth in the middle of the astral sea with nary a soul here to speak of your story. That is what concerns me.
I could almost take that as a compliment. There are plenty of worse things.
Oh, I can only imagine. A couple of you have contracted death. For about as long as the souls that travel with me can remember. I have known and understood these inevitables of these diseases.
Wait a minute. Roughly 23 years ago.
Roughly. Which is why I have wandered the astral sea for as long as I have.
What did you find out there?
The occasional aberration, most of which cannot cope with my abilities.
We find you to be very effective in clearing this place out.
Yeah, relatively. I gave myself up to aid another, and it appears that that was a good decision.
We appreciate what you did. We believe that you're worthy of any good deeds we might be able to bestow upon you. Did you can partake in any wealth that we may have acquire along the way? But I just want you to be aware of what it is, or who it is that you're venturing with. I don't think you realize it.
Well, it's a dragon slayer, a halfling that only raises more and more questions day by day, and some sort of eldritch tentacle man, but thankfully from oceans rather than the far realm. So, you are indeed a unique bunch, but I suppose it could be worse.
I really do enjoy getting. Though you are, you've recently been accepted into our adventuring group.
Right.
I still call that an opinion of an outsider, as you were describing.
Oh, absolutely.
I enjoy getting those opinions.
Outsiders' opinions can be new,
Quite informative.
enlightening, yes.
Enlightening.
From what I've seen a handful of people turn an infested rock asteroid, if you will, into a sanctuary, something greater than it was to start with.
What it was to start with 23 years ago. What's Void Base F? was all taken over by aberrants, you are here to help us eliminate those. Not sure we could have done it without you.
Do you mean to tell me that you were floating on this rock for 23 or some odd years?
Not exactly.
We have no way. We have no way to tell.
It didn't seem to us like it was 23 years.
That's fair.
Time has a way of flying.
And it does.
Especially in the astral sea, of course.
There really is no measurement of time, is there?
Time what? Who?
The Telsaldarine have a good handle on time in their space.
Oh, them sardines.
Telsaldarines, friggin' uncomplicated blade.
Yeah.
Spin it. Like intentionally trying to make noise with
Yeah,
it. It's
oh,
like,
yeah.
usually it'd be silent,
Yeah.
but you're just like
Oh, yeah.
trying to whistle it a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Which is odd for who's
Right.
normally really fucking stupid quiet.
Don't make any sense. If my senses of observation are as good as they are normally, then I would venture to guess that you all seemingly have a more complicated backstory than floating on a rock for 20 years. But that's just a hunch. One of your party
Someday.
could speak to the armor that I wear, or at least hear it, which is strange. There are not many things that can speak to the dead, especially over such great distances.
Let's see.
Definitely wasn't correct.
Someday, maybe. Maybe we'll fill you in on all the gory, boring little details.
Details of the past can be important, they can be helpful, but
Are quite monotonous.
the trajectory, the path that we are on, the goals that we have set are far more pressing and important, I think, than a history lesson.
Oh, yeah.
It could be that these inevitables are supposed to reign for the next millennia. I would much rather see something be done about them before that time. So, tomorrow, we learn a little more. We figure out the next plan of action.
And you don't want me to see if my friend's willing to help. He's here if you want to talk to him. He's working in helping them establish the open the portal and get the cubic gate tied to it and get that whole forge area up top working.
I think we gleaned that it came down to boulder parchment shears between Quiz and Golrak.
Quiz or was it Norin?
Norin and Golrak. I believe the method is 1, 2, 3, shoot. Unless somebody has a more visceral opinion in the matter.
Nope.
He always did boulder parchment dagger.
Rock, paper, scissors.
It was boulder parchment dagger. That's how we always played.
But it's not really a dagger as much as it is the scissors.
Everybody has a dagger. How often do you actually
It's
see
like
shears?
it's like the slicing, the
Pre
twin blades of two daggers.
Pre-apocalypse,
That's fine.
I feel like many households had shears for their gardens. Pre-apocalypse, of course.
I feel like tobacco stuff, but it's fine.
Just out here showing my age, apparently.
But
Showing our lack of ours.
Apparently. One, two, three, shoot.
Gentlemen.
Right?
So you going for? Okay.
1, 2, 3, shoot.
1, 2, 3, shoot.
Okay.
So start. Or what are we doing? Like, is there going to be a number? Are we just doing it? What's the plan?
Was it 2 out of 3 then?
No. The first. We don't need to draw this out too
Just
longer.
once.
It needs to be.
Well, then it sounds like we allow our friend to attune to this thing.
I don't think he's ready.
Well, I mean, he's willing to try. That's on him. And so long as he doesn't have death, I can bring him back.
If anybody else wants to try, it's an option. If anybody else thinks they're ready.
You could not even convince my corpse to touch that thing.
I don't blame you. I'm not a specialist in Surtur, the evil god of the Forge, as they say, god of fire giants. But Valeth knows a little more about that. He's been working Forge stuff for a while.
Yeah, again, it goes back. It's to say he doesn't keep it from us.
I've worked with Valeth a lot longer than I've worked with you. He's armed a lot of, what you could call as the resistance, more of just survivors. Not really resisting as much as surviving, but he makes a really, really good gunblade.
Being able to put someone on the resistance side against the inevitable sounds ideal.
I suppose.
So, will Valeth need assistance?
In your ear, you hear, as long as it's not.
You don't know Vithrank. And Vithrank wouldn't be able to do this. And it'd be really fun if Vithrank tried this. Fuck, it'd be fun if he tried this.
That's why.
Not for me.
No.
I would be miserable. It would literally, that'd be the worst fucking thing you could imagine.
No.
Especially knowing what he knows and the situation. Yeah.
Yeah. That's why he's like, hell no.
It's just one of those things where one of the things that could happen, he could just go, oh, I wish that didn't happen. But because it happened, he wouldn't be able to do that.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Time magic.
Much more blunt than that, but yeah. So,
Buttons.
you guys are going to attempt to let this guy go
Allow
through.
Valeth to try and take the trial.
So you guys will go to the upper area where the forges are, next to there. And there is a rather tall, 6'3", pretty stout tiefling, dark red skin, black hair, orange horns, kind of jut straight up, laughing. Good time. One thing you'll notice is every once in a while you go, and you see his whole hand just spins around when he's doing stuff. He just kind of, it's like he'll like stretch out an arm, and when he stretches out his arm, his whole arm just spins, and you see from here up, it's just like a metallic arm, and it just bends and twists in weird shapes, stuff like that. You see what look like handles along it, as if maybe there's like tools and such that are like put into this arm, but weird metallic arm. And on his back, you see this very, very, very large, what looks like a bastard sword. He's wearing a pretty heavy, like, half plate. And you'll see that the bastard sword has like a long cylinder going down it, and then a revolving chamber at the end. But
Nice.
just there. Greetings, friends. I hear you have procured an artifact of sorts.
I call it a spark forged artifact.
I have been working the forge my entire life. Kind of spin his hand. As his hand spins, you can see like one of the little things moves and a hammer comes into his hand. Puts it back. I am aware of the legends of what this thing is. And I would be willing to attempt to use it. You guys are offering sanctuary here, which means a lot. I'd be willing to I'd be definitely willing to try, if nothing else.
Realize that if you fail, you could very potentially die.
I am aware of this.
Now that's out in the open.
We could take you to Surtur's domain if you would like to attempt there. If you believe that would help.
I don't know if that would be of assistance, but
I have this box that keeps showing me the portal there, as if there's an importance there. And I would think that attuning to this could only be assisted by being there.
I'd be willing to try.
Do you have death?
I do not.
Well, I mean, 6 will and half a dozen the other.
If you don't and you fail, you will.
Were not to be able to withstand the trial, I can bring you back.
From what I've heard, that's not necessarily true.
Depending.
I believe failure of the trial is complete erasure.
There's a difference between not being capable of taking the trial and failing the
Failing
trial.
the trial. No,
There are differences.
that's fair.
Not being capable of trial kills you.
Right.
Not
You got a little bit on
completing
your
the trial
stash, Chris.
erases you.
Little glow.
Well, if you are to do this trial, assuming then that Surtur sticks with his fire theme, we have armor and shields that could aid you in potentially resisting some of what the trial has to put you through. Shields that make you immune to fire rather than resistant.
I was gonna say, I don't know if you saw the skin,
I'm aware of your kind.
the
yes.
horns and whatnot.
Tieflings
but
are simply
immunity-
resistant.
Immunity is different, yes. Oh, that would be interesting. A shield, you say?
Dreadnought shields, yes. They grant you immunity to fire and the capability to shove and shield bash.
Immensely.
And you wear half plate, which means maybe an upgrade to full plate would be wise as well. We have armor of safeguarding.
Can't do full plate. I need still a little bit of mobility for, kind of just, when you see like little flares around them, it's like for the casting.
Fair enough.
If you wish, we could go to this domain of Surtur. I'm not by any means afraid of that.
It might be more beneficial, or at least slightly safer than a place where death has a stronger hold.
Death is not something I'm afraid of, but fair.
I can enhance your abilities. We could try and aid you in other magical ways as well. But we do not know what the trial would be if we were able to take it.
Very few know of the trials and what they pertain.
Could imagine.
It's can only assume it's no easy task.
There are very few easy tasks ahead of me at this point. But I thank you for the concern. You said shield immunity to fire?
Yes.
What do I get rid of? He'll come. He'll take it over and look it over. Cool. That is a good one. I guess. No. Ooh, yeah. I guess. I love being able to backtrack. We will give a. Oh, backtracking might be important. I'm not getting rid of the ring. I'm not getting rid of the ring. Half plate staying. I like the boots. I like the rod. I like the arm. Obviously, not getting rid of the arm because I don't have an arm. I guess the boots. Then I could give up the lesser ring. We'll give up the lesser ring and keep the better ring. We'll do that. Granted, it only gives me immunity for a minute, once per day. Hopefully the trial doesn't take much longer than that.
But immunity when the right moment you need it can be pretty substantial.
Absolutely.
So, shall we head there?
Let us.
Let's do it. You want to open up the portal?
Yep.
Give me an investigation. You do have advantage.
I'll do the same thing.
D4?
Emboldened and guided.
2D4. What does it take?
Oh, yeah.
Skill one? To open? Investigation?
Investigation.
Do it again?
Yep. Oh, yeah. Give him
38.
30. Yep. It opens up. You are there. Still about a half day's travel out, but it's early in the day, so you guys get there with some time. Can go in through the same door, kind of backtrack through. You're noticing there's no giants around anywhere.
Not seeing
You're not
any
seeing a
movement or
dragon.
anything.
It's just kind of balmy, not as balmy, but kind of just there's like a weird feel to the air. That blazing heat is just gone.
Just a little stale, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Any wind?
Nope.
Stagnant.
Just there. Just open air. Where do you want to go? I'm new to this place.
Think we've arrived?
Well, we made it to the volcano, so might as well just go into the middle just because we can.
Go back to where we got
Very
this
good.
thing.
Why not?
And go back.
Back to the braziers, are they still lit?
Travel. The braziers are still lit. Yeah. You kind of, again, like at this point, you can tell there's no heat coming from them. You can kind of pass your hand into them. Give me an Arcana.
Duty four?
You'd have like.
A.
Not at this
Oh
point.
no, yeah, because it's
Long.
how he's traveled
Didn't
to
have
travel.
to,
yeah.
Yeah.
20.
20? That's enough. You kind of go through and you're like, it's acting like continual flame, but you know it's much higher level. Move to the center of the room. Guessing you're going to, somebody's going to pull out open the door, pull out the forge.
Yep.
How are you going to get the forge to the center of the room?
Do not accept its trial, Gorak.
I mean, yeah, I get it. I don't think. I mean, rabble, some fucking bullshit ass shit.
Set the forge.
Stub my toe.
I'll left it right in the middle.
Center of the room. He'll kind of walk up to it.
After traveling for so long, as he gets ready to take on the trial, I will embolden all of us.
So the bowling bond is a D4.
What else would you like? I
You
can
know what you
enhance
have.
your ability. I could increase the power of your weapon. Do you know anything of what is to come?
I have no idea.
I would say enhance his weakest ability, which would be.
I don't want to say I have a weakest ability,
Well then.
but I guess I'm not specialized in strength so much.
I could increase your strength if you wish.
I mean, if you have it. So,
I do.
full strength.
Also, out of curiosity, I will cast Rary's telepathic bond on all of us.
What little spell is that?
It is a fifth.
So everybody has various telepathic bond. Everybody's emboldened,
Everybody's
just for the
emboldened.
sake of it. And then you're putting the bull strength on him.
And I'll put Bull Strength on him, which, if I cast it at second level, it gets 2 people. So just for Gorak's turn.
Throw it on Golrak too, since he's moving the forge.
Yeah.
Okay.
But carrying capacity doubles and advantage on strength checks.
Yep.
Also, staying within 30 feet, saving throws are at a +6, plus the emboldened.
Okay. So, I guess there's no time like no. He'll put his hand on the forge. When he does,
Immediately dies. Damn. Sorry.
is everybody within 30 feet?
Yeah.
So, 22 points of damage, no resisting it.
22 points of damage.
Full strength. Or the emboldening bond ends. Your aura flickers out for a moment, and Rary's telepathic bond just makes this loud whistle, and then just pops. And then Gorak, you also take an additional 20 points of damage. And he takes 20, 30, 42 points of damage initially.
What in the hell?
So I take 22.
You take 22. Yep. And he takes 42, like Gorak. Boom. But that goes through. Who wants to start?
Start what?
You watch, he puts his hand on the forge and you see like flames start licking over his body. He doesn't immediately just die, so that's a good start. The forge, all the cracks and stuff like that start to like pulse towards him. You see the forge starts to glow kind of red, and you just see flames kind of like wreath around his body. Don't seem to be burning him, just kind of wreath around him. But who wants to go first? I'm going to start with you just because he's not here and it's easiest to work around. So give me percentile.
It's a 20. Wait, what is it?
It's a percentile and a d20. So you should have a d10 that has the numbers, like 2 numbers on it. And a d10 that has 1 number.
And there's your other one.
So you roll those. Tell me what the percentage is.
2 points of damage.
21.
21. Alrighty. And the flames seem to kind of go through and get set. And he seems to wince a little bit. Roll a d6 and a d20.
6 on the D6, 17 on the D20.
6 and a 17.
Those are high numbers.
So it's perfect. He kind of winces, and you see the flame starts to actually, you start seeing his skin starts to burn a little bit. But he kind of focuses, and the burn seems to go away. Gorak, give me a percentage.
41.
41. Absolutely. Again, you see the fire intensifies just a little bit. He's going through, and at a moment he seems to kind of grunt a little bit. Roll a d6 and a d20 for me. In the blue. See how blue works. 3.
I got a 15 and a 3.
So 3 and a 15.
Mm-hmm.
Good. He you hear kind of like a spin in his arm. He focuses. Let's give me a percentage.
Oh, yeah. 06.
06. Give me a d6 and a d20.
It's an 11 and a 1.
A 1 and 11.
Yeah.
You see he's and you start seeing like little blisters forming on his skin all over his body. His hair is singeing and kind of going through, curling up. John, give me a percentage.
79.
He focuses through a little bit. Jesse, give me a percentage.
Oh, sorry. 10 and 6.
So 16?
16, sure. Yeah.
It's a 1-0?
Yeah.
Yeah, so 16. Give me a d6 and a d20.
2 and 17.
2, 17. Okay. Okay, so they're good there for now. All right. Chris, give me percentage. You're watching. His skin is still burning, and you can see that he's struggling a little bit, but he's pushing through it.
86.
86.
Yep, 6.
The blisters and stuff are there, but they're no longer forming anymore. He seems to be pretty solid at the moment. He's just kind of shaking a little bit though. You watch as he's shaking, and you start seeing that this forge is starting to pulse, and you're feeling like heat coming off of it towards you. Alex, give me percentage.
Great. 76.
76. He's focusing and holding on. Give me percentile.
91.
91.
That's pretty high.
You watch the fire seems to be dancing around his body now, and it's almost like mingling with him. He doesn't seem to be burning at it anymore. He's still really fucked up, but he seems to be kind of, it almost looks like as he like grunts, you can like kind of see he like leans his face in, holding on to this forge, and he leans in, and as he leans in, you can see the fires like move with him and are like wrapping around his body. It's kind of hard to see him at this point as these just flames are going up. His feet, there's just this blue-white glow going up into just this red roaring flame towards the top that ends off in that yellow, but that's about like maybe 2 feet above him, just huge pillar of flame. Give me percentage.
$69.
69.
Nice.
Nice. Give me a D6 and a D20.
69.
6 and 15.
6 and a 15.
Correct. D6 is good.
3. Right? 15. 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. So that's that. So, then we need to come here, and I can roll me one more. Hold on. It just actually I'll roll one just to the safe side. Yeah, that's right. That's where we're at. So we're good. We're good. So that was fine. But we no longer have that. So what we need to do is what do we give up? What do we give up? What do we give up? So that's that and that. That's gone, and that. So we are now right there. Perfect. Ooh, those numbers aren't nearly as good as we were before. It's painful. Oh, I can actually do this though. Hold on. Oh, because that brings me. 1 brings me to 24. So yeah. Okay. Chris, give me percentile.
13.
13. Roll me a D6 and a D20.
A 19 and a 4.
19 and a 4. Give me a second. $19 and a 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 19. That's a 30. So that's good. Give me a perception, everybody.
Perception. We don't have emboldened bond, just so you guys know.
Is it just a roll?
It's just a straight roll.
No.
Am I able to use knowledge from a past life?
If you want, yeah.
27.
27,
29.
29,
15.
15,
23.
23. You guys will notice, not so much Gorek, that his arm has actually disconnected. He has 2 rings that normally have like a glowing gemstone to them on his other hand. Both of them stopped glowing. The shield that has like kind of like little trickles of like lava that he had on his back seems to not be, it reverted back to its normal form. It just looks like the normal shield now. effectively looks like he's no longer attuned to any of his magic items.
Oh.
Alex, give me percentage.
Percentage.
Help our boy out. Go big.
We'll see.
Not quite.
18.
18. Roll me a d6 and a d20.
Jesus. 19 and 4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
That's
And
literally what I just
19.
rolled.
Yeah.
That is exactly what he just rolled as well. That is good.
Oh, okay. That is good.
What's your fourth stat?
Intelligent.
Intelligence?
Mhm.
Oh, for an artificer?
So that's good. He's struggling. You're watching at this point. You can't see him very well, but it looks like he no longer has hair. His horns are starting to drip as they're burning off of his head. You just hear him go, "Ah, ah, ah." You hear, bzzz, and you see just his arm just pretty much explodes. The arm that wasn't like attached to him anymore, but you see this wisp of flame that's holding on to him as he's now like kind of trying to pull away a little bit. He is not doing very well. John, give me a percentage.
Well, see what the fuck happens. 30.
30. Roll me a d6,
A D20.
a d20,
12 and a 3.
12. So 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Roll me a d6.
Deuce.
23 total.
What?
That would be a 23 total. Because what did you roll in the 20 again? It was a 12.
12.
Plus 2 is 14. Plus 9
23.
is 23.
23.
You're watching, and his horns start to kind of like, as they're burning down to nothing, you start seeing little bits of gray on the back of his head that turn to black. You watch as you start seeing drips off of his body as pieces of flesh seem to fall away from him. And you watch as he just incinerates. He needed 25. And he dies. You watch, he just burns away.
Did you do it? Is that what's supposed to happen? Did we do it?
Failure.
He's not a corpse. He's just a
He's
pile of
just
ash.
a pile of ash at this point. It looks like what you would expect somebody to look like if they were incinerated. Close. Got very close.
Very close is still dead, though.
Yes, it is. His magic items are still there, other than the propulsion arm. But there's a shield, a rod, and a ring. And now there's just a plain pair of boots, half plate, and a rather plain looking signet ring. It doesn't look like the same ring that he was wearing before. You start looking around and you see that
Oh boy.
there's a little bit of a red glow to the stone around you, but it seems to be fading. While you're watching this, it seems like maybe the pool of magma around there was starting to kind of absorb some of the heat from around, or something was reactivating the volcano, but seems to have gone away.
Let's grab this and get the fuck out of here.
We are not doing good.
Dude, I was really good at. He literally got to the final thing. It was on the final roll. He could have died well before that. So I mean, he got really fucking close. That is really good. And it's also different because you guys, if you're doing it, you don't get percentages. More so, things are offered to you, but I can't
Tell us.
give him the choice of what's happening because I know the answer. So trials and certain things happen, and you can choose to do this or that or whatnot. For him, it was just a percentage chance of if he makes the right choice or not. Which he had a decent chance. It was a little bit harder on the second half of it, but you guys rolled a lot of very low numbers up the ass in there. Yeah. But that was the story of Baylor.
So we're gonna have a real hard time convincing anybody else to do this if we go somewhere and just come back without anybody. It's like, all right, well, fucked up.
Obviously, he was not worthy.
Go tell the others of his valiant effort.
Definitely.
Tell somebody who can take these trials in the first place that they're not worthy.
Right.
I begin to see that it will not matter what we have on us, who we have with us.
You definitely felt like something severed the magic and it back like it backfired onto you.
We will not be able to succeed unless by pure dumb luck. That is what this tells me.
Or our own personal abilities. But we won't be able to get any assistance.
Tell me somebody you know right now who could take this test.
Don't know of anyone.
We knew the best candidate. He just failed.
Oh, sorry.
We knew the best candidate. An artificer. Someone who has been working the Forge their entire lives. A tiefling, no doubt. Who could even accept the challenge. Failed right here in front of us. It is either luck
It's the risk you take.
or quite literally impossible. We need to find things to empower us even beyond this poor soul's means, and pray that those effects cling to us when we accept these trials.
Notice that some of his items have been reduced to common stuff. I'm thinking that he sought assistance from those items. When they failed, they lost their magical ability.
I will be the first one to tell you, if it were not from the gifts of my God, I would be nothing. And yes, some of those things are items. If it were not from the gifts, the physical gifts of my God, I would be nothing.
Why is that?
I am but a servant. I have been chosen as a champion of my God, given the ability to do the things that I can.
It sounds like maybe then that you're not
by what I
worthy
believe.
of the challenge that this presents. If you're not worthy in your own mind, you'll never be worthy.
Oh, I am quite worthy of my God's challenges. That is why
I understand
am
this.
chosen.
I'm speaking
champion.
of item that just eliminated our friend here.
Yes. I have full faith that he believed until the bloody end that he could do this. I believed in him.
Till he burst into flames and turned into a pile of ash.
I know.
I thought we were doing great.
Who could stand there and do this? I know no other.
Likewise. So, with that as our challenge, we have a goal.
It's the curse of the deuce. If you'd roll better on this flash of genius. Is that too? That's fine.
The deuce.
Mhm.
So what you're saying is Quiz killed him.
No.
Okay. Don't get to add another one to the Quiz's massive fucking body count.
No. That wasn't quiz. No. The trial killed him.
Okay.
Absolutely. Considering. It was a pile of ash by the forge.
By the anvil?
By the anvil, yeah.
Adum will sweep it up in his alms box.
Okay.
Gather up his,
Respectfully as he can.
get whatever stuff is still there.
Gather, any of his physical possessions.
And what do you guys want to do from there?
Apparently, because I couldn't see any benefit of being here, doesn't seem to affect anything. Positively or negatively.
I did not hear any voices trying to reach out. It did not seem that the deity in this domain cared if Valeth succeeded or not.
The environment did start to respond though. That volcano started to
That
warm
is
back
true.
up.
Maybe it has to be done here. For if it is successful, then maybe something beneficial happens here. Maybe I'd rather it happen here than at our outpost.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to shit where you sleep.
That's a good point.
It is still, of course, very wise to keep a hold of these objects, but maybe then, instead of taking on their impossible trial, empowering ourselves to the point of withstanding the trial of a spark of divinity might well be more within our means. If someone who is fully prepared to accept the trial can't even pass it. I feel like we should be treasure hunting, like fools who would roam the deserts searching for lamps filled with genies at this point, because there is nothing more that could give us strength, in my opinion. We are already more than capable.
Are we? Are all of your abilities maxed out?
I am just about as sufficient and proficient as I will ever be.
You speak of genies and lamps and deserts.
So without
Apparently there's-
supernaturally altering the course and fabric of reality, I know not what else we could do.
Maybe some of that alteration needs to be accomplished in order to accomplish his mission.
It's dangerous. But if we have
It's a
to,
challenge.
then we must. Well, exactly what I mean. If we become simple treasure hunters at this point, seeking those things, then so be it. But we need to kill these titans. We need to.
Let's say that's on the agenda.
Agreed.
And it's like what I said when we first brought this back. Like, we got it now, but we definitely got a bunch more of these things to go, so there's no and I mean, we've seen what we can do with our current set of skills and interactions with people, so I'd say, I mean, going and finding some more is probably the most prudent course of action. Gaining that experience along the way.
Our mightiest warrior touches items and dies. So what, I wonder, did Valeth have that you did not?
Wells?
It's like I was speaking a foreign language to me.
Experience.
Constitution, the ability to withstand fire. I think Golrak absolutely has that.
Experience.
He wasn't raging me to touch the thing, but yeah. I mean,
Experience translates into level.
Experience. Experience with the
Mastery.
Forge. Mastery in the Forge led Valeth to be a pile of ash. So what experience led Valeth above Golrak to take the trial? Was it experience in the Forge?
With the fire?
Years of age. Did anybody know how old Valeth was? There are too many variables.
I believe that he may have been a bit more experienced.
Simply touching one of these things can kill any one of us. So what do we do?
Kill me, redhead.
We are not worthy yet. Given time, we will be.
you are close, but none of you are prepared. Your friend here is as close as anyone has ever come. It's a sad day.
That didn't feel like I was that close. Felt like I was
No, I
pretty
think
far
you-
away.
You didn't hear
I
that.
think,
But yeah.
I think that
Were you aware that that was as close as anyone has ever come to succeeding?
it's a shame we didn't encourage him to gain more experience before he took the trial.
He's NPC. I'm not getting NPCs epic boons.
He accepted the risk. We made perfectly clear the risks, and he accepted those.
He knew. And I'm thankful for it. And I hope to one
Because guess
day
what?
bring him back.
We have a little bit more experience now because of his sacrifice.
Yeah.
We know that there are certain things we must be able to accomplish in order for us to even begin this trial.
We knew that beforehand once Golrak died.
It is a trial of the individual. You are smart in your thought of this. It's not who you know, but who you are. Of course, only you hear that.
There can be no outside help. The only way to succeed this trial is from who you are.
That makes sense. So then, the question remains.
More. We all need more.
And Valeth, the only one of us who could take the trial, needed more.
Just a little bit. He's the closest that has ever come.
That, what you say there, puts more fear into me. Because this man, I have seen limbs practically falling off of him. I have seen his brains being sucked out of every orifice in his skull. And he is still swinging a sword.
Well, he doesn't really need his brain to swing a sword. I mean, go, let's go.
Not gonna argue with that. I don't think I got much brain left going on. You can kind of hear it rattling around in there. Ding, ding, ding,
The
ding,
man
ding,
who
ding.
should have been dead 50 blows prior is still swinging a sword, is not worthy to take this trial.
That's maybe not necessarily what this trial's about, now is it?
If it was intellect, Valeth should have had it. If it was constitution, Golrak should be as worthy as anybody standing
Guess
on
what?
this rock or any other.
It's all of them.
Well,
All of them.
then I repeat.
Everything. From your charisma, to your intelligence, to your wisdom, to your strength, to your constitution, your fortitude. All of them.
Then they need gods.
That, my friend, is the real answer. It's not just your abilities, but you must come ready for a trial of your god. Valent knew well that he almost walked with me.
I do not think that any of us could succeed in a trial
Not yet.
unaligned to our beliefs and our own deities. I do not think.
Some of you are more outspoken as to who your deities are.
This is true.
But I believe that we all have our deities.
Yes.
This is a trial that leads us directly to our deity, and we must be worthy of it. If not, even if just slightly not, that is the
Dead.
result. That result could happen a lot sooner, early in the trial. But like I said, I am certain that he is the closest that has ever happened. Ever.
It is both a moment in history and a great shadow of sadness.
For what? What are we sad about?
The greatest champion that we knew specifically for this challenge, this trial,
He knew.
is dead.
He knew what he was
But like super. I mean, the greatest you
Getting
knew.
into.
Greatest Laura Quinn knew. There's other people, but
he knew what he was getting
only
into.
one he knew.
Right.
Those are the risks that he took.
This does not change.
We
the
have
fact.
Yeah, I was going to say, he's not less dead. For
We
it.
It
have-
does not change the fact that he's not
we have
dead.
gained the knowledge through his failure. We have gained knowledge.
This is true.
We know that we cannot enter into this challenge lightly. Those of us already afflicted with death, the best I could hope for is to die like that.
That is an interesting perspective. I think then it is wise to take the trials where the objects rest, if they are within a divine domain. Specifically for that reason. At least we know Valeth is not written in Death's book.
So does that mean he could be brought back?
If we had the more superior magics to do so, I believe so. Maybe. Maybe one day.
Maybe he wouldn't be willing to.
It is quite possible he's with his god in
He
another
has
sense.
failed the trial on the mortal planes, but he may be with his god. Why would he be anywhere else?
Because he failed.
He would-
Again, this is suture we are talking about. So. I think anyone willing to fight and die in his bloody end is about as good as the fire giants that we were massacring.
I don't like your friend.
There's a difference between dying for Mishakal, for the good of those who need it, than dying for a flame that will consume everything for eternity and never be quenched and never be controlled, never be satisfied. Maybe it is then that the good divine artifacts may may have slightly better favor, or slightly more cost after the fact.
Your notes are up.
I'm thinking that the cost for Surtur, as you put it, is rather straightforward. Up front,
Yes. He opens up his little box, as we can see.
I believe that the cost from your good gods could be so much worse.
I'm sure. I would expect it. I would expect that there would be no easy or swift release. I would hope that as they could see to use me even in my failure, rather than turn me to ash and leave a waste behind. I would hope.
Have you ever seen a sword be built?
In fact, I have.
Imagine if the steel resisted the fire. If it fought the forge.
It nothing but a lump of metal.
It would be nothing.
Not a lump of metal. Struck by hammer with no results.
Your friend got close, but he did attempt to resist the fires of the forge.
Was it that resistance that held him back from success?
Perhaps it was simple dumb luck. Perhaps it was fear of losing another arm. Who knows? I could see the trial, but I could not hear his thoughts.
One of the greatest abilities bestowed on me by my faith is that my presence emboldens my allies. If I cannot do that, then I feel as though I am nothing to you.
See what I was talking about? Notes
Yeah, look at that.
at the bottom. Should be updated. You might have to refresh.
Valeth, despite having spells or my presence, only had himself.
That's what the trial is then.
If it is individual, then I feel as though what? We all go separate ways. We attempt to gather these things.
That one is automatically a level warlock, though.
Alright, right.
Just so you know.
Yeah.
We what then? Because it's not like Valeth could attempt the trial of the Raven Queen now, could he?
You must attempt the trial of the god that favors you the most.
Well, I don't think very many of us know where an artifact that aligns with our gods would be at this point.
What we do is we find the artifact, we figure out who it is that aligns with the most. If it's not one of our gods, would not expect you to attempt the trial.
And we watch.
Hey, parchment, dagger, boulder.
We watch the next person in line who has the greatest chance fail.
Turn to ash. We have a lot of shit to do before we reach that next level. Before we reach the next challenge, I suggest we begin doing that rather than commiserating on the fact that he failed. The fact that he failed isn't going to change. What we've learned is that we have to do it
You know,
for our God.
that there's a mountain in the plane of air that, in theory, has like a spark of cord.
We have to.
You guys
What I
kind
need
of
to
got a
see
feel from most of these.
from a
magic.
logic standpoint is that we have yet to see a boon coming from the great effort that we put in for this object. We have seen death.
No doubt about that.
We have seen death.
What we are attempting is a challenge above what most mortals would even consider. Yet, here we are, on this demi-plane of fire.
What I mean to
Here
say,
we are.
we need
Who the fuck else has been here
we need an
and lived to
army
tell
of
about
us.
it? And we killed the HMFIC of this place.
Until the next biggest lizard comes to take his place.
Yeah, so he does. But guess what? None of us have anything to do with that.
What we do have is the potential to build armies.
Armies will fall like hay before a blaze.
Like Valeth before a forge.
Hey, too soon.
Without that much, without being that close, they'd fail the first roll.
We could
Bailey.
ask the ashes if he's mad.
At the last roll.
But can we speak with the ashes?
This is your word that we have, Quiz, that he was so close. We with our own eyes watched him melt away into nothing.
That's all you have. My word.
My blade.
Take it as your word. I'm not attempting to convince anybody of anything. I'm just telling you the way that I see it.
There are not.
Now, you can believe me, or you can not. Either way, I'd get to sleep just fine tonight. You take that information however it is you want to take it. But realize that there are other things watching what we're doing. There are other interests here that not all of us can perceive. There are other possibilities. There are things that you cannot fathom that are interested in what is going on here.
It will take a lot of prayer and introspection for me to cope with the understanding of why Valeth, of all of us, could not succeed today. And I hope, for our sakes, that you are correct.
I hope that your prayers lead to an answer.
I will ask questions of my God, and she is good, and I'm certain to receive guidance.
While you're on your quest for guidance, I beg of you, defend yourself.
Oh, yes. You know me, I will fight until the bloody end.
I would hope for nothing.
I see nothing less than armies of Valeths standing before the forge.
An art is useless. It's the individual.
Yes.
It's the individual.
Yes. But odds are so much higher when you have those that are at least able to meet the threshold.
10,000 first level fighters could take you down.
Again, you refer to these levels.
They could not take this down because it's the individual.
I'm not talking lieutenants. I'm talking we need armies of Valeths in order for a hope at a chance.
Doesn't matter. You could have an army of. You could have every person in this entire universe could be a Valeth. And it depends on the individual. Valeth was this close. The next one might get it,
But was not enough.
but might get it next time.
I don't think so, because it's in a box.
If there's 10,000 Valeth,
I'm just kidding. I'm joking.
We
He can't do it
all
anymore
saw
because
with our
he's
own eyes. One Valeth failed. 10,000 would fail.
would they? I'm saying it's the individual.
We need at
Each of
least-
them being their own individual. Granted, they're all Valeths. They would each perceive and do things different.
Halflings are so fickle. You speak of things such as odds. Statistics are imaginary.
Oh, no.
There is what is.
Statistically speaking,
and
Valeth
there
should
is
have
what
passed.
isn't.
Was it because of his inability or is it because of his poor choices?
This is
Can you
what I
answer
mean.
that question?
This is what I mean. Someone with his abilities makes poor choices. Guess what? The next person with his abilities will do.
Probably
Make poor choices.
shitty
Their poor choice would be, oh no, I don't have what it takes to do this. So therefore they wouldn't even attempt, which means they failed before they began.
Somebody with various abilities
Who believed that they could accomplish it and makes the right choices, guess what they'll do?
What? Right.
Succeed.
What? Right. Choices.
I don't know. I wasn't in his head. I don't know what choices he made.
We do not know. We do not know.
Individuals who are watching this,
Despite
way.
trying to be in his head, to get answers, to be a coach. Because sometimes, and this might come as a shock, because sometimes an individual may only be great if they are not alone.
then they are not worthy of this trial.
Then nobody is. That is my argument. This is what I mean.
I disagree.
Go talk to your god. Get squared away, and let's move on.
Look,
I think we just need to go get the rest of these artifacts, figure it out on the way.
if one person could get it done, it would already be done, right?
Well, it's like there's four of us, so I mean we're
So then we find an artifact for one of our four gods and we acquire that. Then that individual is the one who would have to accomplish the trial.
So, who volunteers then to be the next choice for artifact?
Well, first, let's figure out which artifacts we can find and see where we fall from there.
Unless you wish to come forth about which deity you serve. We know Melora, Raven Queen, and maybe Seth.
I have someone that I guess I consider to be a god in my head, and he's given me a pretty decent idea about where to look for a similar kind of item. But through all of everything, I've always found gods to be fickle things. So
And you're not wrong. But
I would say they're fickle only because you do not understand their motives.
I definitely don't understand that guy just getting like turned to ash right now. I don't get that. I saw it, and I don't get that. It's confusing.
Might have had the abilities but made the poor choices. There are things in this test to which we are not aware. He was dealing with stuff that we could not see.
Well,
What we could see
he's definitely,
was his abilities.
I was about to say,
and
he's
how
definitely
his
not dealing with
abilities-
those things now. I
And
think
how
he's-
his abilities were dealing with the situation he was in. The choices that he was making were stuff that we could not see.
Oh, 100%. I mean, I have no personal attachment to it. I just don't want to. I don't want that to happen to me. I guess I'm lucky it didn't happen to me the first
I
time.
don't suspect anyone who wants to turn into a pile of ash. But if we're willing to grow a big old hairy set and take the challenge, know that that is always an option. Don't kid yourself otherwise.
I would never. I just don't. I just want to die like that. That seems like a bad way to go. Or maybe not.
The choices I make today will be different from the choices I make tomorrow.
And on the day of your trial, pray that doesn't happen twice.
That's exactly it. It is quite a literally luck. Because your abilities do not
They most
matter at the
assuredly
end.
do.
They do not.
They do.
They
You
do
cannot-
to enter
you
the
cannot-
doorway.
You cannot make it.
They do
to
to
the-
open a door.
They cannot make it. You cannot make it to make the choice if your abilities cannot get you there.
Exactly.
Your abilities cannot save you if you make the wrong choice.
I think that is where we are disjointed. Because if you have correct abilities, you should already be preset to make the right choices, I would think. Is my train of thought.
You would hope.
But it is not the case.
Is it?
It is not.
Did you think that he had abilities to accomplish this?
Absolutely.
Then what happened?
Exactly.
His choices were failures.
So then he did not have the abilities. Because he did not.
His physical abilities.
Physical and
Isn't
mental
that close?
are,
You damn near made it.
are other terms.
Choices that you have to make. Maybe it might not be the one that you want to make at the time, but you have to be able to play the game of chess and see further than what is exactly is going to happen with this choice that you make. Maybe it's gonna burn. Maybe the choice you make is gonna be step into that lava when you're already standing in a fire pit. You're standing in a fire pit like, fuck that, I'm heading the fuck out. That's the wrong choice. You'll only know when you're taking the test. You have to be able to look past the obvious.
To beat a riddle.
What's wrong with that? It's just another challenge.
Seems like an awful waste of a life that Valeth is gone now.
Maybe that life wasn't wasted in the fact that it took the challenge. It may have failed, not necessarily a waste.
He did take it willingly. It's not like he was forced to.
But we definitely can ask.
Yeah, we can ask him anyway.
It would be difficult.
Ash doesn't speak.
So I was going to say, I don't think we could use speak with that on the ash pile.
However,
How? One moment.
We have the damn thing. Let us take it home. And continue our search tomorrow.
That's what I'm saying. At least as far as securing one of these things is gone.
Sometime we'll have to deal with your observation that halflings are so fickle.
To think that such a thing as probability exists in a world full of gods and divine beings is so silly to me. We are
Says one who's suckling directly from the teat of a god.
exactly, absolutely, one who is nothing without their god. I would be the first to admit it.
That strikes me as
It's like, hey, we fucked around and found out. Now we're living that find out life.
more than a few times.
We're living that finding out life. Like, all right, what do we do?
I'd
No,
rather
we
be
did that.
weak with inevitability than
It sounds like it could have been.
blinded with chance. Answers, control, law, and order. A correct way of things with a definitive end. Those things are what we should place our bets on.
Now, is that definitive end according to your observations or according to what your god states?
Well, that is two observations, right? I have no idea what Mishkal makes of the situation.
A page appears in your book with those 4 symbols drawn up on it.
With observation, because my God is busy amongst other greater beings. I do not know what it is she does from day to day, to hour, maybe she sleeps. But for me, my purpose to eliminate aberrants of the far realm and to eliminate fiends that would bring the apocalypse down upon a material world that does not deserve it. For me, a definitive
I could not
end.
think of a
or
material
weapon.
world more deserving of the apocalypse than this one.
Than the astral sea or the actual material realm.
Cosmos.
I begin to see more and more what you mean about be careful what it is I think of the people I stand next to.
If you want, you can give me a religion on any of those.
You speak as though you've created this yourself.
The accuracy of your statements.
You're Scotland looking at whistle.
20.
20?
Dirty 20.
For which one?
Oh, what? No, I have no idea what you guys do. I wasn't even listening.
So we're gonna throw these out here.
Top tip.
And can you make a
for the first one.
line?
Did you just drop a nat 20?
That is the holy symbol for
Can you make a
Grummish,
line?
god of destruction.
don't
It's
care
a
if it's
triangular eye
straight.
with bony protrusions.
Guess what you just did?
Gruumsh.
Hit the fucking nail on the head. Huh?
Gruumsh.
God of destruction.
God of destruction. Yep.
I have a temple to hallow tomorrow. This is but a small step in
Don't just
giving
keep
us
wondering.
the ability
You can do
to
all of them.
recall our way
Come
back
in
to
order.
the Savior. Hopefully without needing to traverse the plains.
21.
21. Is he again? Oh, let's make sure I know which one was the going on. That is
Just so
Melora.
you know.
Melora. Melora. Melora.
Event. can play beyond my control. I
To you,
beg
it's
of
the goddess of the sea.
Never let your guard down around.
It's a wave-like swirl.
My guard is never down. My eyes are on all those, especially whose nature I cannot glean by looking at them.
Be wise to remember that.
Any 20 for snake.
The snake.
Snake.
That one is Zahir, who's the god of darkness and poison.
Spell it.
Zehir.
God of darkness and poison.
And it's a snake in the shape of a dagger is what the holy symbol is. Last one is Tharizdun. Tharizdun. God of madness. It's a jagged counterclockwise spiral is what you're seeing on the page.
Technically, aren't shadow blades a spell?
Not for your
You
purpose.
using him as a weapon.
Because your spelt actually creates those. Shadow Blade is a spell you could learn and then use, like those ones on your belt. But your belt actually is creating actual like Shadow Blades. It's not a spell; it's a magic item that gives like it's more of a spell-like ability from the item. But yes, but you have other things that you could attempt. But yeah, good for you.
I promise I'm not a mage.
I know.
89.
Hmm?
Well, that was not from one, though, was it? Well, no, actually, it was one spell because it makes 3 shadow blades.
Well, no, because you can, as an action, you can throw 3 Shadow Blades. Shadow Blade, the spell, creates 1 Shadow Blade.
Okay.
And you can throw the 1 Shadow Blade.
Okay.
If you had access to that, you
Yes,
could
say,
throw
in
it
one
and sneak
round.
attack somebody.
I've done that,
Yeah.
but okay. I get it.
I know. It wouldn't be that specific one, though, since it's not.
Right.
And I know you got fly, but if you got something like Fireball or something like that, you could, if you got like an AoE thing, you could easily hit those numbers if you got a crowd. But, or, you know, just depending on the spells.
Right.
But the Shadow Blades technically aren't yes, Shadow Blade is a spell, but it's actually called Shadow Blade, I'm pretty sure. Shadow Daggers are a little bit different.
Okay.
Because it's a magic item.
From the belt.
From the belt, yeah. So what do you guys want to do? Did you legend lore the item? Would you have done that before you left, Alex? You had everything set up before you like long rested.
Mm-hmm.
So you would then know.
Yep. So I would be casting Hallow on my temple, and I'd be casting Legend Lore.
This is referred to as Bigby's Beneficent Bracelet.
Beneficent? Bigby's Beneficent Bracelet.
So, as dexterous fingers, while wearing this bracelet, you can cast Mage Hand. Force Sculpture. By focusing and channeling on the bracelet for 1 minute, you can create a spectral copy of a large or smaller non-magical object. The copy appears in the unoccupied space within 10 feet of you. It is made of tangible but translucent force that mimics the size, weight, and other properties of the object it's copying. The copy must appear on a surface or liquid that can support it. Creatures can touch and interact with the copy as if it were a non-magical object. The copy is immune to all damage and can't be dispelled, but a disintegrate destroys it immediately. Otherwise, the copy disappears after 8 hours or when you dismiss it as an action. The bracelet can create up to 3 copies and regains all expended charges at dawn. It also has Helpful Hand. As an action, you can use the bracelet to cast Bigby's Hand as a 9th level spell, spell attack plus 13. When you cast a spell this way, it does not require concentration. Once this property is used, it can't be used again until next dawn. In addition, being attuned to this, you gain proficiency in the sleight of hand skill. At the start of your turn, you gain 1d8 temporary hit points as a shimmering force flows over you, so long as you have no other temporary hit points at the start of your turn. And you know that this item tends to change people's appearance in certain ways, making them more ghostly or translucent in certain areas.
Oh, be looking
A lot of times the hand that the bracelet is on, the bracelet like becomes more predominant and the entire arm becomes like a kind of translucent, like ghostly looking arm. But depending on how long the person wears, it can affect more of their body.
That's kind of cool.
But yeah.
And so you have it. Another great boon for your sanctuary. To whomever could use it.
And it is said that this artifact was created by Bigby himself. And it's a bracelet, and then it's got 4 rings that connect via gold chains. And it's inlaid with sapphires and diamonds.
Oh, jeez.
Pretty incredible.
Sounds like an infinity gauntlet to me.
Something that not many eyes would ever see.
So you guys head back? Plane shift? Short rest? Give me the intelligence check.
Hook you up with an enhanced ability and a guidance. I'm out of emboldened bonds. So you only get 1d4.
And you're doing chain, necklace, and rod. Okay. Just curious. Just make sure you're paying attention to what your magic items do. You have a 2d20. You have advantage.
18.
18. Yeah, you're fine. Teleport back to the base.
Yep.
Thorquin's like looking around. Just kind of looks at you guys. I'm guessing things didn't go well.
According to Quiz, he was so close.
So close.
But Phaleth did not succeed. I have his remains if you would like them.
There's nothing I can do with remains myself. But I guess we can. I guess we can try to preserve him as well as possible.
It was my thinking as well. His attempt will not go in vain.
Well, you're going to hallow your temple.
Yep.
What else does anybody want to do?
I will start researching what these were.
Okay. If you want to make notes, the things that you know of, because you guys got a rough understanding of where everything was. I don't know if you guys wrote it all down, made notes.
I did.
So, going through your notes, and also what you were recently told, you know that Melora, to access that, there's an ocean. There's basically a hurricane. You have to sail a ship into a hurricane that has a blue like blue water in it. It's basically a portal to the plane of water. But this one will open a pocket dimension to the place of Melora, where you can then fight to gain the artifact. You know that Tharizdun is lost in the Forge realm somewhere. The spark of Tharizdun. Grumsh was said to be somewhere in Rage Space. And Zahir is in the Underdark, in the Plaguelands.
Oh, jeez.
I'm sorry, Zahir was where?
Zahir is in the Underdark of the Plaguelands.
There's Dune.
Tharizdun is in the Far Realm somewhere. And if you want, we have enough time. You also have spells and stuff. You could always like try contact other plane or things like that, and ask questions about stuff or whatever you want.
Yeah.
If you have spells, or you can try to commune with your god or things like that.
Yeah.
I don't know which one you want to do.
Yeah. Let me think on that.
Okay. Is there anything else anybody else wants to do on this day?
Negative.
No.
Just try to research, see if we can figure out where other artifacts are as well.
I mean, you have an idea of where they are. Just given what you have, you'd have to either use magic means or something else to try to do that. In fact, now that you have it, if it'll load. Enter, and I would like to do that. You do have legend lore now as well, which might be able to get you something. Just depends on what you want to do.
I'll have no more money to purchase really expensive incense from the guy who sells incense.
I can give you some money.
He also accepts gemstones.
So what's the typical gold piece value of incense that you need for your spells?
250 gold pieces per casting of legend.
Chancer's gonna try to run. You guys can stay, it's okay. Did anybody want to go purchase incense?
Yeah, I was trying to figure out what money is.
He also, like I said, was willing to trade gemstones for it.
Yeah.
Come on.
Maybe one of the diamonds, I guess.
Another diamond. Thank you.
Diamonds are worth what?
5,000.
5,000 each, yeah. He said, I will trade you. He's like, if you want, if you have, if you're looking for more, my current supply for for 10 diamonds, I will give you my entire supply, and he will be flush for as long as you need. So, 10? Yeah, mark off 10 diamonds, and he'll give you 12,360 gold piece worth of incense. The only reason I have so much right now is I was able to get more here because of the prices I charge. When I have a larger supply and am building it, I'll do better. If you want to direct people to fixing the lab, that for some reason is mostly burned down, I can get more stuff going. I can get more oils and stuff like that going.
Yeah.
And I don't have to build a greenhouse because the lower levels are set up pretty well. Yeah, so he will give you that. And it's 9 o'clock, so we will pull it off there. What do you want to legend lore?
Well, kind of just an idea, or does it have to be with a specific
Describe a
item?
person, place, or object. So, I mean, you can name or describe an object. So if you could describe an object, you can be like, you know, the spark forge item of cord.
Sparkforged item of cord.
So you want to do that one?
Yeah. I would like to attempt the Sparkforged item of Mishakal.
You know if there isn't one.
There isn't one. She's
There's one, a spark forge item of iron.
of Ion and of Pelor.
There is one of Pelor. Pelor one is easy.
We already know where that one is.
Yeah, it's just in a sun. You just have to fight a radiant dragon and then probably gain immunity to fire and radiance. You have immunity to fire for 1 minute now. You have 2 shields too. You could just dreadnought it, double shields, and just be like, just 1 minute. No, it burns. 2 minutes.
Get out of there.
But yeah,
Hey, it's a step closer.
it is. So, Cord, Pelor, Ion.
Yeah.
Any other ones anybody wants Legend Lord? Might give you some ideas.
Bahamut.
Bahamut.
I suppose they're respective gods if we was could ask them, I guess.
Legend lore is going to be a little bit different than, I mean, you can ask your gods, they're going to give you yes or no. This is going to give you like a riddle or like a saying or more
okay.
information.
Oh, okay.
It's going to give you a lot better riddle with more information if I know right now before next week, because next week I'm going to pull something out of my ass. And it'll be D&D on a whim. But anything that I put down before, I'll have a really cool fucking legend lore riddle written for. So if you want it, we just bought a bunch of stuff. What do we want? So I have a week to prepare instead of
Let me do what you do.
just pull off on the fly.
Yeah, you just pull it out of your ass.
That's fine.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm gonna draw on a blank right now.
I mean, you know the... Or maybe you don't know where they all are. Well, now you know where some of them are. I guess. Yeah, because you don't know... I don't think you know where all of them are. Because some of them had marks by them. You knew where all the good ones were. You didn't know where all the evil ones were. But you have a somewhat understanding now. But is there any more? Anybody else want one? Is there one you want to legend lore? An item?
Nope, the only one I would have any sense of, the dude's already going to do, so I'm looking forward.
Yeah, that's what he's doing is for you.
Sunny?
Honey?
You know, it has to be during a particular season in the Plague Lands.
No, that's Avandra,
That's Evandra? Oh, okay.
the goddess of change.
Oh,
Yeah.
gotcha.
That one just takes a year. It's fine. It's not that hard. It's just that long.
It's just involved.
You just have to effectively complete it. It's an easier trial. You just have to fight, get to a temple, perform a trial in that season, find a different temple, fight to clear it out, perform a ritual, wait for the next season, find a temple,
Oh, that's right.
do this stuff.
It's for
And the
one
next
for each,
season.
one for each season.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But none of you guys are all like, hey, I'm a nature hippie, so you're fine.
I guess half Goofa too.
Hofgufa
Oh, no,
isn't
no,
direct,
it's-
doesn't
yeah,
isn't
it's-
Sparkforged,
yeah.
but he showed you basically the way you're taking it. Is he effectively was like, these are the things that I kind of fall under.
Oh, gotcha.
Like these are the sparks that I would say are similar to, like these are effectively these are the four divine entities of which I would say my magic is tied. So, and you didn't say anything. So, I don't know if you want to. If you want any of them, if there's one in particular you would be interested in.
Yeah, probably Malora, for sure.
Goddess of the Ocean. Go with the good one. He says Melora.
I mean, we already know we need a ship. And we need to man
You have
it into
some
a
idea.
hurricane.
Yeah. But for 250 gold of that incense, you may find out more. He did just give you 12,360. He's just like, and you're just like, the fuck?
Definitely.
And by the way, there's 5 spaces, so you can actually put 5 castings in that little box. That's all nice.
For sure.
It's a really nice box.
And you will.
You open it up, and on the inside, it was engraved with like a little bit of extra ivory, and it says Legend Lore Kit.
You keep a hold of it for sure. Podcast.
So we're doing Bahamut, Ioun, Pelor, Melora, Cord, Sahanin.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to get tricky on the dark side. Probably make a good guess.
Not for the moment.
Well, no, you don't want him to know.
Yeah.
You're good though. The sea monster just wants you to research Melora, so that's good. You're like, oh, okay, that makes sense because shit in the water is creepy, but
Yeah.
it's a good god,
Yeah.
goddess of wilderness and the sea. Makes sense. He's not good, but
I know he's not good.
So the
he's.
I
into-
know
the
that.
voice that Quiz's been hearing in his head, who's that?
I don't know, but it directly contacted you in the plane of Surtur, and it was able to watch the trial of Surtur.
Right?
So,
Let's say
give me an
Surtur.
intelligence check.
Little rocket.
Right. Oh, just have to fucking.
Add your intelligence.
Well, that's
modifier.
plus my intelligence modifier. About a 19.
19. There's a pretty good chance that it's actually Surtur who's bestowing upon you this energy.
Instead of sanding, let's try something.
Well, you already know the item of Surtur's right here.
Oh,
His
yeah.
forge
all
is-
right, all right.
So
have
we have
that,
his
okay.
forge, yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Sanin is, what you know is, and it's something that you've already come across, but Sanin is the goddess of the moon, goddess of trickery, chaotic good, but she's, her holy symbol is the crescent moon, but she's like the goddess of like nighttime and illusion, trickery, deception, things like that. So things that you tend to do quite a bit. Lots of thieves guilds and things you come across tend to have little like altars for her and stuff like that for thieves who also believe in the holy life. But we will call it there for today.
Holy.
I thank you guys for joining us. We'll have a bunch of fun riddles at the beginning of the week next time. and I will see you guys next week. Hopefully with a lot better setup, because I'm just switching to the old camera.
Go back
just
to
saying
it work.
fuck it, and just seeing if the old one wants to work with this.